Morning, everyone. It's Wednesday. It's 10:30 British time, and it's about time we got cracking with some darts, don't you think? That's the Motorsports Icons of Darts Live League, and this is the penultimate day of the week. We have action today
Outside.
featuring Keelan K, Adam Hookville, Scott
Outside.
Marsh, Dave Pauletti, Diogo Portella, and Monday's champion Jared Cole, looking for two in a row today.
Bullseye.
Yeah.
We have Keelan K starting the day off. And I personally think, after watching Keelan for the last 6 or 7 weeks, that maybe he plays better early in the day.
99.
He's more the kind of player who wants to play a cluster of games at the start of a day and get points on the board.
140.
As opposed to someone who would start later in the day and try and chase the win. So I'm expecting Keelan K to show up today. With the fixtures somewhat flipped around today,
180.
The guys who started late on Monday will start early today. Seems to have agreed with Adam Hookville.
42.
Almost perfect start.
81.
Wake up on Wednesday morning and you think what happened on Monday is gone.
139.
And you want to make a statement early to try and post that score in the middle of the afternoon. Adam has 85 left. Now 40.
60.
This has been a high quality first leg. Keelan did very well to leave the finish
54.
from 303. It should be on the end of a break of throw.
Game in
10.
two.
It's a great first leg from Adam Hookville from the northwest of England, who breaks in 14 and is looking for an improved day.
44.
Played in 3 of the final 4 games on Monday and only got 1 win out of the entire day. And that was
85.
against the bottom player Diogo Portella, but finished with a 5-4 loss to Scott Marsh and a 5-1 loss
97.
to Keelan K, who he's playing here. So he's looking to reverse that scoreline as much as he possibly can.
85.
100.
It was a long overdue daily win for Jared Cole on Monday, and he worked
100.
very, very hard to get to the pinnacle. Finally, he got there with 8 points. That score would not have been
56.
enough yesterday, as Mark Webster got a perfect total of 10 points. And the way he played on Tuesday, he is going to take some stopping
57.
tomorrow. We'll be back from 10:30 tomorrow morning to see how that bunch of players get on in the final league
94.
of the week, and indeed the final league before the World Match Play begins on Saturday.
100.
If Adam can take this 110, this would be very good for his confidence. Treble 17 for tops.
Game in 3.
A brilliant checkout. The Simon Whitlock route. The down under first on the 110 and executes it perfectly. He saw just out of the corner of that
58.
camera as he walked to the board just a little bit of a fist pump there from Adam. And if you think this is just a
140.
bit of practice for some of these players, you'd be mistaken. They desperately want to win every day they play it.
95.
They put everything they have into these leagues, and we have seen some fabulous darts as a result. But there are certain players like Adam,
119.
like Keelan, where I'm convinced that we haven't seen their best yet.
48.
Adam has played very well in this match. Averaging now over
180.
100. And this is the Adam Hookville I know. This is the Adam Hookville who
119.
has played on the European Tour, has worried players on the Pro Tour. Double 16.
Oh, 30.
Trying to extract some perfection from himself. But to leave 32 after
100.
12 here for a second break of throw in 3 legs. This is a fine effort. Double 8. That dart in the 16 is in the way
16.
because his darts kick to the left. So you've got the point in the center and the flight kicks to the left. So that flight was right in the middle of the double 8 in his eye line. Nothing in the way of the ball for Keelan.
42.
Small 11. Now Adam can come back to the board and rectify double 8 with nothing in the
Get
way.
me one.
And that's exactly what he does for 3-0. Keelan will stay on the board for game 2, no matter what happens here.
137.
And we will welcome last Monday's champion, Scott Marsh, who got 10 points last Monday.
Keelan, come on. 40.
And on Monday just gone, he got 8. He lost the league title by 1 leg. And a very
96.
steady day, but it was Jared Cole who snagged the title. We saw the second highest
137.
icons average from Scott Marsh on Monday. North of 114.
58.
114.39 to be exact. One of the most impressive performances I've seen in the last few months.
54.
Adam has kept his advantage of throw here after 9 darts.
58.
Oh, that's a disaster for Keelan because now he can't leave a finish.
25.
It's not going his way early on Wednesday.
$63.
Surely Keelan has to get 2 trebles here to have any chance in this leg.
85.
Gets 1. He does leave a finish. You'd much rather be Adam Hookville here with the lower score and the advantage of throw.
So, just what am I doing here?
The throw seems to be
31.
a little bit more uncertain now than it was early on. Can't afford to let that negativity creep in that was creeping into his
60.
game on Monday afternoon. He's got to stay positive. This situation is a good one for Adam.
38.
All of a sudden, he can't get close to the doubles. Tops for Keelan.
Keelan 2.
And that 100 checkout is very Keelan K. He is an opportunist.
But that's from miles away.
He's very good at stealing legs away from people. Maybe that one shot will change this entire match.
139.
When you see Keelan K hit the left-hand side
97.
of the 20, or indeed the treble 20, he may indeed switch, because his darts do kick a little bit in the opposite
81.
direction to Adam Hookfield. The flights go to the right.
$57.
Adam has to stay on point here. He's got to stay focused.
80.
Perfect situation after 3 legs. 2 breaks a throw and that 3-0 lead. But against a player that's so fast and so streaky in Keelan K,
95.
you can wipe that lead out very, very quickly.
81.
He may not be playing his optimum stuff here, Keelan, but he is improving. Just get the feeling that the goalkeeper is in on that treble 20 for Adam Hookfield at the moment. He just can't find it. Tops for Keelan.
80. Say again. Oh, all right. Yeah, no, all right, no, I got you now. Yeah, that's right. Sorry.
We just seem to have an issue with Adam Hookfield's connection. So we're just going to take a quick look at that and we'll be right back. Many apologies for that break in our coverage.
58.
We had to source another laptop for Adam Hookfield as his decided not to work anymore. But Keelan K has had plenty of time to rehearse that double top, and he has found his way to 3 legs to 2 down. And after all of the technical
58.
difficulties, Adam Hookfield now has to get back to the dartboard and focus on trying to win this match.
100.
It'll be very interesting to see where this game goes now, because in every likelihood, Adam was always going to be
139.
3 legs to 2 up there with Keelan winning that leg. He was in a huge lead and a great position.
32.
But it'll be a relief to Adam now that he can just focus on playing darts.
134.
It's been an excellent comeback from Adam here.
96.
Straight into 170 left after 9.
$134.
Well, look at that. 139, 134, 134 to leave 36.
80.
This is a great leg from Adam Hookfield. First game of the day, of course.
Oh, 18.
Keelan cannot pressurise the double 9 that Adam has left. Adam cannot afford to get too frustrated
93.
with some of the darts he has thrown. He started brilliantly in this match
Game in 1.
and has responded very well with a hold of throw there to get himself within one of the first 2 points of the day.
95.
Adam's very fortunate that he has Dave Evans fairly close by, maybe 10 minutes away. Fellow dart player Dave, who is of course
93.
an Icons of Darts player and will feature tomorrow. I'm sure there was a fear that
40.
from an infrastructure perspective, Adam may not have been able to play for the rest of the day, but instead of rejigging the order,
59.
because the game was halfway through, the prudent thing to do is to fix the infrastructure and then complete the game. And that's what we will do here.
100.
Adam will be hoping that he can get the win in one of the next 3 legs. Then he will be able to have a breather
100.
and he will return against Scott Marsh in game number 3.
$57.
He's 170 again, but this time Keelan is way south of where he was in the last leg.
96.
This would be some way to finish the match. It's not going to happen. We did have 264 checkouts on Monday from this group of players. Diogo Portela got 1. And Jared Cole got 1. And Keelan K has tops there to get within 1 again in this match. 1 break and 1 hold required from young Keelan in the southwest of England to get his first 2 points of the day.
Oh, 65.
$140.
That's the stuff he requires. Plenty of that. A couple of clean finishes is all that separate him
100.
from 2 points, but interesting to see how this match progresses in the next few darts, because Keelan looks
100.
to have got a bit between his teeth here.
$121.
Better from Adam.
91.
Excellent switch from Keelan K there. No use staying on the treble 20 when it's blocked. Utilise different parts of the board. And he's left another opportunity.
87.
The biggest finish of them all.
$100.
Good approach. But this is for the match, this 128. No shot at bull.
39.
And the miss at the 25 and bull just makes that a bit harder if Keelan misses the 70. Which he might not.
60.
Bulls inside of 10s and inside of tops. And Hookville will be wishing that he had got more on his previous visit to make this shot a little easier. He needs double 5. That's the first match dart of this contest.
79.
It was a positive shot. There was too much air on it, and they've left themselves on the same shot.
Get him in 1.
And Keelan is lethal on it. It's 4 legs all.
All the best.
And it's a bit of a coin flip here to see who gets the first 2 points of the day.
$85.
You may ask Keelan if he'd have taken that start.
60.
I'm not sure he would have. He expects more from himself at this point than 85s.
96.
If you'd have offered him a 140, he would have had your hand off. He started the stronger of the two.
95.
Still advantage K.
100.
So steady coming down here, just chipping away. Forcing Hookfield to get 2 trebles.
58.
And they haven't come. Remember, it was 3-1 Adam Hookfield in this when
60.
his laptop died. He did get to 4-2. He's in danger of losing the final 3 legs here
140.
and losing the points, but that's a really good 140 at that point.
82.
The match start has been missed by Adam. Will he get another chance? Another for double 14.
Oh, 120.
Oh, he wires the 148. Heart and mouth stuff there for Keelan. He's waited a long time for this chance to finish the match. Tops.
Game 3.
He has found it to get 2 points from absolutely nowhere. 3-1 down, 4-2 down, and he has broken Adam Hookfield's heart, and he's going to have to rebound from that. But Scott Marsh will join us now to take on Keelan K, who will want to keep that going. Welcome back. After a very short interval, we are straight into match number 2, and it is Scott Marsh who joins us to play the winner of the first game, Keelan K.
Bullseye.
Good start to the day for Scott. Got a portion of that ball there, did Keelan.
Outside.
Doesn't get any with the second attempt.
Yeah, have a nice game.
Scott Marsh will be looking to continue a very good trend playing in the Icons of Darts Live League, where in his last 2 efforts,
45.
he has picked up 10 points and 8 points.
135.
He's only lost 1 match in his last 2 leagues, and that was a rather good game
60.
against Jared Cole, which was 5 legs to 4, and it was the
180.
separator between the 2 players on Monday. That game came shortly after
85.
Scott registered the second biggest average we've seen in the last 3.5 months of over 114. Keelan K has gained a lot of confidence from that first match,
60.
winning from 4-2 down, and has started this game with a purpose. Tops
32.
after scoring 135, maximum 134, then misses the single 12.
91.
Still has time on his side to get rid of this double 10.
Game of 3.
Finds double 5 with dart 3, and that steady 15 darter ensures an early break of throw for the young lad from Cornwall.
$60.
Could Keelan K start building towards what we saw on Monday from Jared Cole?
30.
Being on the end of a lot of defeats, has taken a lot on the chin.
93.
But very much like Jared, he could start the building blocks of gaining confidence and just getting more
100.
points per day and potentially be a threat. If not today, then maybe in
43.
some of the coming leagues. A win against Scott Marsh here to start his day with 4 points.
140.
And he'll be jumping for joy.
$134.
The game that they shared on Monday was a tight affair, 5-3 to Scott Marsh.
41.
It wasn't the greatest game, I will admit that, but at the time, Scott was under a lot of pressure applied by Jared Cole.
95.
When that pressure is applied, you really do find it difficult to play your A game.
100.
It was imperative that Scott got a 60 there. Keelan gets the single this time
56.
and is underneath tops once more. Like I said, it was important for Scott to find something doable here. It's a bullseye.
45.
Overshoots it. And Keelan is looking for
Game
another
over.
clean, crisp finish, which he gets for 2-0.
Yeah. 41.
Early in Scott's campaign on Monday, he
58.
was involved in a very tough battle with Dave Pauletti, which was 5 legs to 3. And then after that, it was that incredible
100.
performance against Diogo. And I think it's almost forgotten that the only leg that Scott lost
180.
in that match was a 164 out for Diogo. But Keelan K is, for me, the kind
60.
of player that likes to play early and get points on the board early and put the pressure on the other guys.
Oh, come on, 80.
Come from behind win just now against Adam Hookville, I'm sure will help him in his coming games. It's definitely helped him in this one. And Scott has had a very
100.
unusual start, only averaging 73.
159.
Phenomenal approach there from Keelan, leaving 24 after 4 visits. And Scott can do nothing but half his score now.
60.
Can't get there. And Keelan has been in lots of good positions here.
Yep, in 3.
And finds double 12 after not liking that second dart. He just stood back and took a breath. A sign of maturity from the young man. This is a better performance. Average of 92. And we have seen
81.
some very good averages from Keelan over the past couple of months. He has had some high 90s stuff. And you would expect that from
140.
a player that has donned an England shirt at a World Cup. Albeit for the boys' squad, of course.
96.
140.
Scott has found his range all of a sudden.
140.
But Keelan is following it. Doesn't want to let this lead slip.
57.
If Scott was to lose this game, it would be a huge blow to his chances for the day.
80.
3 players were on 8 points at the end of Monday's session. And all 3 players were separated by 5 legs of darts in the leg difference. The top 2 were separated by 1. So every leg is important.
84.
Unless, of course, you win every game and you just take everybody out of the equation. Tops for Keelan again. Oh, look at the confidence brimming from the young man. 4-0. And the average has gone up another couple of notches.
140.
Can he deliver a 5-0? That is now the question.
29.
He's proving that he's a pretty good front runner. But the start of this one is not ideal.
45.
Opportunity to get back in the leg here. 140 plus needed.
180.
140 plus required and received. Just when you think Scott Marsh is starting to get his
81.
foothold in the match, Keelan K comes back with a big score. I'm starting to see more evidence of what this kid can do.
85.
And I don't want to sound like a broken record, but if only he could eliminate those 5s.
No, 41.
Too many times he does drag the dart to the left. The first dart today has been much
135.
improved. Another visit to the left, but the other 2 were pinpoint, and he will have that 72 for 5-0 and 2 more points.
No, 45.
It would put him in a very strong position. Another 16 for double top.
Game in 3.
Wonderful check out from Keelan K. A strong start from him. And that is a shock for me because Marsh has been sublime in his last couple of leagues, only losing 1 match. And that is his second loss in a week and a bit. Keelan K is looking to post a number. Hookville and Marsh will play the next one to see how this day will progress. Welcome back to Game 3 of today's action in the Icons of Darts Live League with MODUS Sports. And these guys have now got to try and catch Keelan K, who has won the first 2 games of the day. Everything seems to have changed
Outside.
since Adam's laptop broke.
Outside. $25.
Outside.
Scott Marsh here has
Yeah, very nice game then.
a very, very big rebound job on his hands, because I think it's fair to say that he did not play his best in the last game. He offered
100.
Keelan K too much opportunity to breathe, to play his own game without pressure.
177.
And it looks like Adam Hookville is trying to start as he means to go on.
91.
Keelan will be grinning from ear to ear right now after that 5-0 win against Scott,
93.
which I said was a bit of an upset. Well, you think about the amount of points that both players
140.
have picked up in their last 2 leagues. Keelan had picked up 10 points.
140.
Scott had picked up 18.
$98.
Different performance so far from both players at the start of this one. Adrenaline maybe pumping a little bit. Adam
31.
gets a portion of the wire on the 25, and as a result had to go to the treble 17 for tops. Scott goes to tops
32.
and just fails on that shot, offering Adam the break opportunity to start this one off. It's got to be the right-hand side, surely.
Right.
There's more of an open bed to the right of that dart.
40.
But unfortunately for him, it's 2 misses.
41.
And Scott hits right in the middle to salvage a hold of throw after a huge threatening opportunity
60.
from bad medicine. Scott has started his day in the worst way
60.
possible, losing 5-0. So now he knows he has to win the rest of his games. And has to somehow get rid of that minus
60.
5 leg difference from game number 1. He will have felt very good about his chances today.
135.
Only losing 1 match in the last 2 leagues, but that's the beauty of this game. Sometimes you just can't predict it.
133.
Tremendous play there
164.
from Scott Marsh. Perfectly positioned, great execution.
180.
He couldn't have asked for more, just like Adam there with the maximum. So the opportunity presents itself again for Adam Hookville.
90.
And if he misses it, Scott is waiting. Good single.
52.
Not close to the double. And Marsh looks at double 16 with a good lie.
Yeah, 52.
And
2
an excellent
in 3.
third
Sorry.
dart to take a 2-0 lead. The ideal scenario in this match for Scott Marsh is to take every opportunity he can get and try to get those 5 legs back immediately.
83.
Make Adam Hookville feel even worse than he does right now. It could so easily have been 2-0 the other way.
100.
I have to pay a tribute to Scott Marsh, who's averaging 96 right now. And to do this
58.
after being annihilated in his first game, that takes a bit of spirit and a bit of belief.
100.
And if you'd been beaten 5-0 when you average, say, 100 or 95, you just have to shrug your shoulders and say, okay, move on. When you start
140.
playing that exact same type of game in the next one, you continue your form, that's fair enough. But what Scott has done here
58.
he has raised his average by 15. That takes a bit of belief to do
100.
that. That average is not going down right now.
57.
It's being maintained, and he has plenty of time to negotiate his 120, which is now 100 left.
Should be 36 left.
I thought he hit the 20 there. My eyes failed me. He must have hit the 5. But he has left double 18. And Hookville has a lot to think about.
16.
Double 9.
Yeah, 36 into.
Excellent second dart. And a very steady 17 dart hold. He is eroding that bad start leg by leg.
125.
We will have a new player in game number 4 to join us to try and halt Keelan K Express.
97.
And that is Diogo Portela of Brazil.
48.
Tough job today for
140.
Diogo Portela, who did not have a good day on Monday. We'll try and utilise every
98.
opportunity today to rebound after not getting any points a couple of days ago.
81.
Great use of the lie there from Scott. Just trying to stack the darts in a reverse manner.
80.
See the darts going in very flat. But he has that uncanny ability of trying to get them underneath as well.
99.
Very talented player. Well, Adam,
58.
I admire the gumption, but that wasn't the right shot. Maybe just trying to kickstart his day by doing something magical.
43 left.
Scott only required 1 bull, but maybe Adam goes to the bull again here.
52.
Whatever he touches is turning to dust right now. I admire him for trying some different things. Marsh is just getting on with business.
Yeah, 43 and 3.
And is finding the right shots at the right time. 4-0 to Scott Marsh. This is some comeback. That breaker throw now ensures that Scott Marsh has the opportunity to get the 5-0 and only has to hold to do so.
97.
57.
Starting on 19s now, Adam Hookville, trying to find a range on something big.
140.
Scott's not having that trouble right now with a very accomplished performance.
58.
45.
There's an old saying that darts is on the day. But if you're
140.
able to respond after a bad start, we could probably change that saying to darts is on the hour. In Scott's case,
59.
darts is in the half hour because it did not take long for Keelan to beat him. Maybe
100.
shared less than 15 minutes. And it hasn't taken him very long to get to this position here. Look at him, he desperately wants the 5-0. He knows that
50.
scoreline will resurrect his day. Adam,
80.
desperately looking to get a leg on the board to try and start a fight back. Marshall only needs one treble to get a match-winning dart. Single 5 does not help. That does. He will hope
70.
that Hookfield does not take this 66. Had opportunities for legs early in legs 1 and 2.
50.
An opportunity in leg 5, which has gone. Match darts for Scott.
40 and 2.
Second dart gets in tops.
Scott.
And this is a bad morning for Adam Hookfield from a technology perspective and a darts perspective. But that's a great response from Scott Marsh. He equalises his leg difference, loses 5-0, but then wins 5-0. Diogo Portela now, he comes in to try and stop Keelan K's charge. Back into the match as we go. Coming thick and fast, and we do welcome the Brazilians, Diogo Portela, looking to have a better day than Monday.
Yeah, Keelan.
All the best.
25.
Be prepared to hear lots of
Outside.
scores coming from Diogo that will have a nice
All the
ring
best.
to them.
All the best, mate.
Yeah, not the best day for Diogo on Monday, but he will
100.
persevere. There's one thing he has done the last few years, it is persevere. He has been very unfortunate at times. When he went to European Q School the first time, he was informed that he had won a tour card,
140.
and then he was informed that he hadn't. And he was heartbroken. Hasn't had a full-time tour card
42.
yet. And I think if he keeps persevering in the manner that he has in the last few years, it's only a matter of time. He's fantastic for the game of darts. Just adds something extra that we don't have.
105.
And it is up to Diogo in this match to stop Keelan K and
Come on.
potentially help the likes of Scott Marsh, Jared Cole and Dave Pauletti. The last two there will join us in the next two games. In doing so, Diogo could vault himself
42.
into the reckoning today. There is a fine line between being bottom of the table and top of the table.
58.
Many a player has done both in 2 consecutive leagues, gone from top to bottom or bottom to top. I definitely wouldn't say that Diogo is incapable
54.
of doing the reverse of what he did on Monday.
140.
It took Keelan a little bit of time to get into this game. Started with 122, but that 140 does get him to a 2-darter. He has been a bit of an opportunist today, taking up shots when he's offered.
40.
And he has been offered this chance at 97. He's been pretty good on tops in combinations.
Oh, Keelan. Terrible.
Another sign that he does drag too many darts to the left.
73.
2 darts to snag that first leg. And he ultimately had a dart that he couldn't use in his hand. Double 4 now.
12.
And Keelan is Mr. Bulletproof at the moment
Game in 1.
and is getting way too many chances from the field. Even when he makes a mistake, he's been given another try.
122.
Starts this leg exactly the way he started the first one, with a 60, a treble 19 and a 5.
140.
Well, we're going to do something a little bit different tomorrow, I think, when we have the other group of players.
93.
We're going to open up the floor to the fans, and we're going to have some questions from our social media audience, hopefully, and we're going to answer them on the air. So
100.
tomorrow morning, stay tuned to the MODUS Darts 180 Twitter page, and we will give you more details of how you can get your questions
97.
to us. And I will be your commentator tomorrow as well, and we'll answer some of your questions when the games are taking place. Just if you have any queries in relation to where darts is right now, if you have any queries about where
59.
darts is going, different things within the game, of course.
46.
I've got a pretty decent handle on the game right now, so I'll answer as many questions as I possibly can. But what I think we're going to do is answer one question per game, just to give people more of an insight into what's happening with our great
85.
game as it stands. Keelan on 143 here, and another 5.
119.
What a tremendous switch to leave a double he's already hit. Treble 19 now needs to be hit by Diogo.
93.
Is he too late to the party?
Game in 1.
The answer is yes. That is a picture perfect double 12 from Keelan. If he was a fish, he'd be swimming very fast right now.
100.
I think there's some very good fish down in Cornwall. I haven't spent a great deal of time down there. I've been to the lovely town of Penzance and the town of Truro. Being a professional dart player and an analyst does get you
57.
around, see some lovely places.
100. 137.
This is probably the steadiest I've seen Keelan play in the last 2.5 matches.
80.
The scary thing is, he's got so much more to give.
58.
I like the switch to the 18s with the last start. Didn't persevere on the 20s because he didn't have to.
60.
The scores from Diogo aren't so much worrying.
135.
I'm just thinking, where are the 2 treble visits so far? There haven't been enough of them.
134.
He finds one there though, and that gets him in touch with Keelan. But too many times in this match, Keelan has been first to the finish. He is again.
Oh. 35
Second
left,
time
40
in this
scored.
match. Goes for tops and hits a 5. Keelan is to make the next step in his career that has to be eradicated. Double 16.
Checking 3.
And the Brazilian finds the green bit to stop a 5-leg. Well, it's more than 5 legs actually. It's 5 legs in his last match.
135.
And he won the last 3 of his first games. So add 2 to that. 10 legs in a row it was for Keelan K.
100.
Until that double 16 from Diogo. Just think how that would make you feel.
140.
Winning 10 legs in a row against stiff competition. Just imagine how it felt for Michael van Gerwen when he beat Jamie Caven 10-0 on the match play stage.
30.
Actually went and beat Jamie Caven at a European Tour event after that match play 6-0. So he was actually 16-0
140.
up on Jamie Caven in the matter of 2 weeks. It's a better first off for Diogo. But he's going to need all of them.
121.
And he also needs a prayer because Keelan K has had 3 2-treble visits in this
54.
leg. Explosive leg from young Keelan.
$83.
Keelan's turn for double 16. Double 8 now.
Moving 2.
And he does not hang around. Three legs to 1 up. He could have 6 points from 3 games.
58.
And with Jared Cole, Monday's champion, coming in next against Adam Hookfield.
96.
Keelan could be laying down the marker and everybody's going to have to catch him if they can. This is better.
140.
Diogo's darts go in such a lovely angle.
96.
He's a great technician. He's a good darting thinker as well because he knows that 303, the wrong call is the 20s first.
93.
He's chipping away.
96.
This is a very important leg. Diogo wins it, he's within 1. Keelan wins it, he's within 1 of the game with lots of chances to win.
140.
78.
Last start. Saves the visit to get himself on a finish. Where does Diogo go now? He has to go single for bull.
34, 38.
He went for the treble to try and do double 9. Treble A, which did not leave a double. And that is a disaster. A wire on the 135 means he can't finish 135 with 2 darts.
95.
And somewhat ironically, he does get the approach to lead tops with a dart on the floor. Diogo cannot afford to miss this.
Checking 2.
Doesn't. Stays within touch of the young man. But he will feel a little aggrieved that he managed to get 2 perfect darts to lead tops.
140.
But the dart has already gone. I wonder what kind of ripple effect it would have
125.
for Keelan if he was to win the league today.
60.
We've seen the confidence building for certain players over the course of time. We saw it with young Wessel Nyman at the start of the Icons of Darts Live League. Back in April.
134.
He was very, very hard to beat. We've seen it with Jared Cole constantly getting better.
54.
Maybe Keelan is the next one to possibly start growing that confidence and getting a win.
82.
You can see Diogo starting to get more scores now, more frequently.
95.
It's entirely up to Keelan at this point to try and fend him off and stop this charge that is being mounted by the man in yellow. Another one there. Give it plenty of force, but hit that first dart and bounced outside the red.
100.
Same equation for Keelan. 2 treble 20s, but for a different double.
96.
It's a good enough approach. But this is a big shot to level the game.
Checking 2.
Great shot from the Brazilians. And that was Brazilian. Keelan has been the best player overall in this game, but Diogo has found a way to kick back into it.
$45.
I love how he wears his colours so proudly. He's got the Brazilian
46.
flights, he's got the Brazilian shirt, and why not? Everything is so well coordinated. You also see that from
104.
someone like Jamie Hughes, for instance, who has the colours of the Black Country on his shirt, and he has the exact same stuff on his flights.
57.
And consequently, it is Black Country Day today, apparently. So everybody from the area of the Black Country in England,
58.
have a great Black Country Day.
81.
Diogo still has the advantage of throw in this 7th leg. And he won't hope to get the job done from here. He will expect to get it done.
94.
This is going to be the first defeat of the day for young
81.
Keelan. Things are turning into 81s and 57s now, whereas earlier they were 135s and 122s. Things are changing in this match.
58.
I'm almost shocked that Diogo did not go for the 25 on the last dart in that
134.
visit to leave the 2 darter instead of the 3 darter. Maybe he wasn't 100% aware of what his score was, but I think that's a mistake. Still got the opportunity to finish the leg though, and he can do it on double 16.
74.
That was great effort. Was not far away. Keelan, similar shot. Same double. Double 6.
Oh, nowhere near it, Keelan. 96.
Well, he told you. We can't see it because the dart was in the way. He's gone inside the double 6. And Diogo to take the lead. For the first time in the match, needs double 8 for a second time. Double 4,
24.
not to
That's
be.
ridiculous.
And now Keelan has a huge choice. Is it 2 double 2? Or is it straight for the double 3? How confident does he feel?
Game in 1.
Oh, very confident. That is now a huge break of throw. You can serve it out here and stay undefeated.
120.
I mentioned that the 135s and 122s earlier were the shots that gave him the chances, and they had evaporated those scores, but
140.
he's found his way to 120 as Diogo now has the equation, which is very simple.
134.
Has to win the last 2 legs. Excellent start to what could be the last leg of the match.
$96.
Diogo will have to go back to the 19s when he comes back to the board.
58.
He's thinking 133 here to leave 132. $60 to leave a finish.
55.
That is very creative, leaving exactly 60 to get to 170 there.
83.
An overcompensation on the treble 1 there, trying not to go back into that 5 segment. This is getting pretty edgy.
41.
Oh, that's a disaster for the Brazilians. The single 1 does not leave a finish. You would much rather that dart have bounced out the board. Treble 18 would have left double 16 for the match, but he has left double 4, and he will return for it to get his 3rd win in a row because of Diogo leaving 169.
100.
For 3 wins
Game in
out
1.
of 3, he gets one. Look at how much Keelan K wants it. We want to see that from the young man, but we have another young man coming up. It's Monday's winner in Jared Cole, who takes on Adam Hookville. Can he stop the charge of Keelan K a little bit later on? But first and foremost, he's got to get on the board. Welcome back for match number 5 of today's live league, brought to you by Motorsports. And Adam Hookfield will have another crack at trying to get his first 2 points of the day.
What a bet on.
The bad news is he's up against Monday's champion, Jared Cole, who has
25.
got it nice and bright in the conservatory as usual. On a glorious day here in England.
Good luck, mate.
Play well, mate.
Thank you,
Jared usually plays in his Elite 1 shirt, but has decided to change things up today. Maybe we're seeing him in his champion light
85.
blue. Jared was involved in a county game for
85.
Hertfordshire on the later part of last week, and he was playing against a good friend of mine in Paul Croucher from
100.
Berkshire. And he was singing Jared's praises, as we all do, because he's a fine young man. But right now he will feel as good about his game
100.
as he has in the last few months. He was very much the front runner on Monday.
140.
But there was one shot against Scott Marsh in their game on Monday that was the separator between the two, and it was a 1-2-1 checkout on the bullseye when Scott was waiting on a shot for the match. And with Jared taking
60.
that bullseye checkout, everything changed. And Jared did so after Scott had posted some
136.
incredible stats that day. Adam is probably under very little pressure in this game. However,
Game in 3.
Jared Cole has broken his heart there with a 1-1-6 out.
Thought we was going to snap there.
What a very, very pinpoint shot that was from Jared. With Adam finally finding some
140.
consistency on the treble 20, leaving a double after 12, but not getting a shot to claim the leg.
60.
These guys, of course, are not full-time dart players. They are
134.
semi-professional. Jared Cole is a chef by trade.
60.
Works in one of the pubs very local to him, which I'm sure has opened back up very recently.
137.
Adam is he's got his own business where he
140.
delivers pharmaceuticals, hence his nickname Bad Medicine. I think that's more to do with
Game in 2.
Great
his ability to
Do it a double.
like Bon Jovi, but look at the average that is inflated for Adam
100.
Hookfield after that 11 darter. Up to 125. This game sometimes cannot be explained.
55.
He's been beaten 5 legs to 4 from 4-2 up and 3-1 up against Keelan
140.
and then was beaten by Scott Marsh 5-0 and has started this one excellently.
We'll add up to 80.
Jared won't panic. He managed to poach the first leg,
85.
but is just chipping away at the score here in very professional manner.
96.
He's got an uphill climb to find his way to the summit
100.
again today. This is the difficulty of starting your campaign a little bit later, because you could have someone who has banked a lot of points and a lot of legs
140.
early on, and that's exactly what Keelan K has done. So not only is Jared
Game
6
in
points
2.
behind, he now has to bridge the gap of 8 legs. He's doing a fine job of starting the campaign and possibly
140.
lining up a very important match with Keelan in his next game.
140.
Jared looks very accomplished today. He looks very confident.
85.
You do get the feeling that maybe
140.
he was a little bit hurt earlier this year, losing out to Aaron Beanie in the last game of qualifying school.
100.
I think a lot of people would have expected Jared to come through that match and put himself on the professional tour for a couple of years. And when he missed
91.
qualification darts, you would excuse him for feeling a little bit downhearted for a period after that.
71.
130 for 3-1 for GC.
94.
Great darts to leave 36 after 12. Now, can Adam do to Jared what Jared did to him in leg one?
Oh, 85.
Well, the elbow really dipped on that tops and just rushed that dart a little bit.
Game in 2.
But Jared's accuracy on double nine this week has been so good. A double that is not that favoured very often, but it has been very good to Jared this week.
96.
I've always said if you have a favourite double, let's say, for example, it is double 18,
140.
you have to be good at the split double as well. So if you are good at tops, be good at tens as well, because you're not going to hit tops all the time.
140.
You're also not going to hit double 18 every time, so be good on double nine. And that's exactly what Jared Cole is.
134.
This is the best quality game we've seen today. And it's motoring on at a very nice pace too.
95.
Gets the last dart 57 to leave 170. And he hasn't hit a 170 in just over a week.
57.
He gets this, he will top the table for the amount of 170s that have been hit in the Icons of Darts Live League. He's currently tied at the top with Dave
60.
Evans on 4. Can Adam get one of his own?
105.
To maintain that average of over 100.
58.
Doesn't get a shot at double. They'll be hoping for another visit. 13 for tops.
Adam, 25.
The outer ring has not been his friend today. Not as much in this match, but overall, it really hasn't.
Game in 2.
The outer ring is being a very good friend. Jared Cole, though, he's looking very sharp on it. And this is an excellent performance.
100.
I have been informed by one of my Twitter followers
95.
that Black Country Day was yesterday. So I have been misinformed. So happy Black Country Day to everybody for yesterday.
100.
So I apologise for that little bit of inaccuracy.
134.
Hookville has upped the ante in this one. He has
100.
played much improved stuff. You have to applaud the man in light blue who has maintained that confidence that he gained
64.
from the other day. And again, he's trying to leave that 170. Treble 19 would have done so.
57.
We'll be joined by Dave Pauletti for the first time today in the next match. Someone who had his best day in a live league.
100.
on Monday
140.
grabbed 8 points, but only came third. Will he push on today and push for the top 2 spots? As Adam goes for another 54. Would have left
72.
himself on double 18. Jared now has a match-winning chance on 68, and he'll feel good about it. 2 16s.
36.
The match start has been missed. And now Adam, by missing the board with the last start, going for the double 18, has to find the treble, which he does.
Game in 2.
And finds a lovely conversion on that 72.
Didn't think I was coming back there. You'll finish it.
Just don't know how valuable
100.
that leg is. Like I mentioned earlier in the Scott Marsh game that Hookvale lost 5-0. Marsh only lost the league on Monday by 1 leg on the leg difference.
180.
Jared may have had enough of this now and is trying to sprint towards the finish line.
51.
Just to confirm, if someone was to finish today's table
45.
on the same points as another person and the same leg difference, it will go down to their head-to-head record. Pretty easy to understand.
100.
6 darts from 176 is a good position.
100.
You will have expected more after the first start treble 20. But Adam needs a 60 here just to leave a finish.
31.
Doesn't get close, and he knows the writing's on the wall. Tops for the match.
Game in 3.
And that is a very accomplished display
Great game,
from
mate.
young
Cheers.
Jared Cole, who gets his first 2 points of the day. But his next game against Keelan K could be very juicy. Dave Pauletti joins us now to take on Scott Marsh to see who else can join the race for top spot today. Welcome back to the action here on the Icons of Darts Live League. We're now joined by Surrey thrower Dave Parletti to see if he can maintain the improvement that he showed on Monday. 8 points on Monday.
25.
He'll now be gunning for all 10.
Bullseye.
The best that Scott Marsh can do today is
Game day.
8 points. Scott getting second spot on Monday, and Dave Parletti getting third spot.
25.
Dave, I'm sure, will have seen the start to the day that Scott got via Keelan K, losing 5 legs to 0. But the response from Marsh in the very next game has to be commended.
46.
Went from a 5-0 deficit to a 5-0 advantage in the next game. As a consequence, he has 2 points and his leg difference is dead level. There's a point in every day where I try and look for a match that may be the most important of the day. Well, majority of the time that game comes in the middle of the afternoon. I have to say, the next game is enticing because you have the unbeaten Keelan K and the unbeaten Jared Cole, admittedly after just one match. But the way he performed in that first game, we think that that might be the separator. Scott has already had a couple of darts on the floor after nasty deflections on his own flight. He could be losing this leg on his own throw. Got to go 25 or bull here, really, and he knows that.
Lovely. 35, 47.
Surely Parletti will be getting this one banked, if not right now, but a little bit later. But that is a great start from Dave. We talked about the confidence factor of Jared Cole coming into today because of him getting that daily title on Monday. Well, what about the confidence of Parletti, who worked very, very hard on Monday
100.
for those 8 points? Now, it may not have got him in the top 2, but the fact that he only lost one game that day says to me that he is definitely trending in the right direction. However, the one game he did lose on Monday was against the man he's playing right now. It's 5 legs to 3 at a time of the day where Scott Marsh was heating
140.
up. And that's exactly what he started to do in this match. After losing the first leg, Scott has found his range.
45.
100.
His ability to get that dart under the first blocker, I think, is very underestimated.
140.
Dave was craving that maximum there to get on very level terms. But instead of having 116
97.
for this second leg, he now has 156. Makes the job a little harder. He wasn't afforded that miss right there.
100.
It should be a break back for Scott Marsh. Can he stick it to the right?
24 in 2.
That's a great dart. One break apiece. And these guys have got to just hang around and not make mistakes because Keelan K hasn't made mistakes yet.
26.
They want Jared Cole to win the next match. Because if Jared can't, Keelan K will play Dave Parletti this afternoon to win the table, very similarly to how Mark Webster won the title yesterday.
59.
He started the day and he got the job done early by not losing a match. It's great to see Mark Webster playing so well yesterday.
100.
And of course you want to see someone getting the results, but for me the most encouraging thing about yesterday with Mark was that his technique looked as smooth as I've seen it in
56.
many years. That's a worrying thing for his opponents tomorrow.
Oh, Dave. 85.
Could we possibly have a third consecutive break of throw here?
60.
Very possibly, because Dave has a 1 dot advantage and the throw.
81.
I had to settle for 81. Before that visit began, he would have hoped for much more.
100.
Dave has now been afforded 2 visits for this 155. Scores 115. And if you're not going to take the shot out, that's as good as you could hope for.
140.
Earlier in the week,
1.
his misses at tops were big. He was way over the top. But this time, he has got it right.
$140.
Looks very composed today, Parletti. On Monday, he was wrestling with his emotions a
137.
little bit, and he was really grinding. Just don't know, though. Maybe he feels a little bit more comfortable today.
134.
He does look it. This could make for a very interesting afternoon.
100.
There's another thing I mentioned on Monday as well about the guys not having a great deal of competitive action at the latter end
100.
of last week because the summer series was on. And it may have been a few rusty darts at the start of this week. Well,
140.
we're starting to see some very shiny darts here. Shovel 19.
59.
Can Scott re-break again on shovel 18 and bull?
56.
Well, the snarl from Scott said that the 54 was not there. Double 4. And Parletti has been very good on the outer ring in this game so far. This is a definitive improvement on doubles. The average of 99 from Parletti is very impressive.
95.
So far, and I do not want to put a jinx on
100.
him, but this is one of the best performances I've seen from him so far in the time that I've been commentating on him on the Icons of Darts Live League.
59.
He maintains this standard and this composure.
137.
He's going to be very tough to beat. However, his campaign is in its infancy
121.
and a lot can change. But this is a very good start from him. He was saying on Monday
100.
that he had discovered a new set of stems that he bought from a sports shop that have transformed the way his darts are flying. It wasn't a big change, it was just a
140.
little bit of extra length with the plastic stem. And it seems to be working right now. 54 for bull.
121.
But this is good pressure on Scott Marsh right now. That's a great dart for double 16 though. This might have to go in.
Yeah, gaming
And
3.
it does.
Right, mate.
You heard from the voice of Pauletti there. Good dart. But there was an inkling of, I wish you hadn't hit that. Because I was waiting to go 4-1 up.
$83.
Well, the averages in the last game between Cole and Hookfield were very impressive. These two players are maintaining the same sort of range. Pauletti possibly a little bit better.
140.
Um, 82.
Yeah, two patterns happening on Monday. Did Dave? One, on the high doubles, he was missing very high. And on his treble 19 switching, he was constantly hitting the small 7. So things need to be rectified. This is a
92.
good performance, but there are still some darts that are missing by some weight. He is definitely getting a lot tighter to his requisite targets. He will have a shot at that 160. The question is, how far south will Scott be? Great last start.
76.
Takes him into a very doable range for when he returns now, as the 160 is not going to go.
84.
But just like Scott, Dave gets that last start treble.
94.
Fancy a 60 shot for the double 15, but this is a big, big effort for Dave Pauletti. 18 and tops. This is the biggest shot of the match so far.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
That one did not come out right.
Yeah.
And the rhythm on the throw was not perfect,
Gaming 2.
and he has been punished. We have a level game. For the first time, we have Dave shaking his head. He has broken Marsh a couple of times in this match already.
95.
He's going to need to do it again all of a sudden. If you've done something already, there is no reason why you can't do it again. It's my little bit of a pep talk to anybody who has ever hit a 180.
59.
I get many a person come up to me saying, "Oh, I hit 180 once," and my response is, "Well, if you've hit one, you can hit many. There's no such thing as a fluke in darts."
$140.
There are some individual shots, of course, that can be classified as fortunate.
40.
But throwing 3 darts at a dartboard and they all end up in the same bed is not an accident.
100.
Needs to get at least a ton here.
95.
Against the last dart 60 for 95. That may be good enough. However, Scott Marsh has double 16 for the lead.
Gaming 3.
Oh, a great shot. A great checkout for a 15 darter to take a 4-3 advantage. This has been a very good game. And look at Marsh doing a James Wade. 8 less in the averages, but has the lead. Averages lie. The eternal words of the great Graham Stoddart.
$121.
Scott will feel a few inches taller at the moment because he has plucked this one out of the fire.
60.
Now he just has to rubber stamp his performance.
100.
Staying in that treble 20 a few more times to give himself potentially just one more chance. Does Pauletti have anything else in the tank? He doesn't want to go away from the 60.
60.
I can understand why. Because even with that straight 60 there, a 180 leaves a double. Whereas if he goes to the 19s and gets the single, it gets a bit trickier.
58.
Well, Pauletti makes a mistake there because after the single 19 on dart number 2, the 25 is dart 3 or the bull. Either would have left the finish, but neither dart was close to the treble.
60.
And the third dart leaves him on a bogey number. It gives Scott time, potentially. Good tone. This is for the match. Would have been the biggest finish of the day.
100.
But Dave Pauletti cannot afford to miss this shot here. Double 18. And it goes high to offer Scott Marsh the chance for 2 more points. At tops.
9. 50.
Misses 2 match darts. And Pauletti is still swimming. Double 9. Not accurate enough on that one.
Yeah, 10
And
and 2.
Marsh gets the job done with a beautifully crafted shot on double 5 to get his 4th point of the day. And now Pauletti cannot improve on what he did on Monday. He can still get 8 points though, but will have to rebound. Don't go anywhere because we have now the battle of the undefeated players. It's Kay versus Cole, and it could be big for today's title. I think it's fair to say that we could have afforded you some anticipation for this match here, as both players are undefeated, but we're going to get cracking straight into it as these two young guns are gunning for 2 more points. If Keelan Kay was to win this match, he would have 8 points from 4 games. If Jared Cole was to win it, he would be within 2 points of Keelan Kay and inflicting his first defeat of Wednesday. This is very big for today's table.
25.
Play well.
Not only does Jared Cole want to win this match, but I'm pretty certain that Scott Marsh and Dave Pauletti want Jared to win this one as well, to stop the unbeaten run of young Keelan.
96.
I said very early today that I think Keelan is more comfortable starting a campaign early than finishing it late.
43.
And I've been proved right. It has been
67.
a little bit fortunate with some of the legs he has won, where his opponents have missed doubles. But predominantly today, he has been much improved
96.
and has found his way to the finishing zone and doubles a lot faster than he did a couple of days ago.
180.
Maximum there from Keelan gets him first to a finish.
56.
And it's good to see these two JDC stars pitting their wits against each other
84.
to see who is the best in this one. Slow start from Jared,
60.
just finding his way in this one, but he could be a break to throw down in a second,
Game is 3.
and is. Keelan using that confidence that he's built up today to great effect to start with a 15 darter. It's fair to say that this game will not be slow.
134.
Another sign that all of the people coming through don't hang about.
140.
Let's face it, it is the Michael van Gerwen generation. And more young players are mimicking what he does.
84.
$100.
If Keelan K was to find the win in this game, he would then play against Dave Parletti at 2:30 British
60.
time. And it would be for the league.
100.
First to have finished this time is Jared.
125.
However, Keelan gets himself 2 trebles. 51 for Bull.
97.
But this 98 would be enormous. Double 19.
Game is 3.
Oh, it's found it. Well, Keelan. Just goes to show what confidence can do. 2-0 up on Monday's champion,
60.
who started his day with an excellent performance against Adam Hookfield to win 5-2.
57.
And you have to remember, during the first game of the day, Keelan K was 3-1 down and 4-2 down.
95.
And in the middle of that game, there was a broken laptop for Adam Hookfield, so there was a big delay as well. But it hasn't phased
125.
him. If anything, since that technical break that we had to take, Keelan K
125.
has been reborn.
$140.
That's a very aggressive play there from Keelan. A lot of players would have gone 19s on the last start.
100.
Jared is having to play a lot of good stuff here just to stay in the match.
89.
Bullseye.
96.
Can Keelan take the 90 to add to the 98 from the last leg? Another single 20 for Bull.
65.
Ooh, a purse of the lips. It was close. They both got the same score, but Jared desperately needs this hold,
82.
which he gets. This is a great game to watch. Averages are 10 apart, but it doesn't feel that way.
140.
$100.
Jared is going to have to put in a spurt now to stop this young man, because he doesn't look like he's going to miss much.
137.
He is playing as well now as he has played maybe at any point in any game in the last few
100.
months. He is positively brimming. Got to go 18s here. Oh, bull.
Rubbish. 58.
Chose the latter and has consequently missed and left the bogey number, but he still has a huge lead,
131.
which has just been eaten into. And Jared will have a poke at that 170. He's looking
58.
for 170 number 5.
60.
I don't think that's enough. But I have been wrong before.
84.
Can Jared find a treble with either dart 1 or dart 2? No, he can't.
54.
He's been under pressure in this match from the very off from Keelan K. He needs double 6.
Rubbish. No score.
He overshoots and pulls to the left and busts the score and gives Jared a huge bonus chance.
In 3. Sorry.
And finds tops to draw level at 2-2. How big will that exchange feel by the end of this match, as it is now drawn level and should be 3 legs to 1 to Keelan.
81.
Jared's just playing a little bit faster now. He's being drawn into this game by Keelan.
140.
He's got to moderate his pace and play his own game.
$96.
Not 100% comfortable there, Jared, and just withdrew from the hockey for a few seconds. Maybe a sign that
81.
he is playing a little bit too fast. He's just trying to regulate a little bit here.
100.
Can't say the word regulate without thinking of Warren G. Showing my age now. An early 90s rap song.
100.
What are you doing, Jared? You are playing
Oh,
awful.
he has
43.
lost the plot a little bit there. Has not left a finish from 2-2-4. And Keelan is sucking this one up.
140.
And it's hit a perfect 140, a second of the leg till he tops to regain the lead. And it will be a break of throw.
100.
Can he clean the job up this time?
Game in 1.
Yes, he can. A 13 darter is the best we've seen in this match. Oh, he wants this all right. He wants it badly. His leg difference at the moment is
59.
+8, which is very handy. On Monday, Jared Cole won the league with 8
Start
points
again.
and
81.
+9. Keelan is very close to that mark.
134.
But then again, think about the previous week, where Jared Cole was second in the table, had 8 points and +12, and that wasn't enough. So Keelan has to keep pushing.
138.
Push he does to leave 170. Very wise.
100.
6 starts from here. He's finding himself in dream positions.
105.
He will revisit that 25 when he comes back to leave, hopefully, 2 darts at tops
50.
against an opponent who has been hit hard in this match.
45.
Just a little bit late out of the hand, that second one. And Jared, who needed that 1-2-1 the other day, needs this 170. Definitely playing faster. Double 10
Game in 2.
for Keelan. Uses the guide and is 4 legs to 2 in front. 1 leg away from 8 perfect points after 4 matches. But now
100.
Jared has to dissect this game one thing at a time. He only has to break Keelan K
96.
once in the next 3 legs, but he has to hold twice. His holding skills
45.
in this game have not been perfect. He has been broken plenty of times.
140.
And the scoring has been better from the man from Cornwall. You have to say it.
Darts at 60.
$58.
It's a small lead that Keelan has, which could have been greater if he'd have found a treble there. But it's now or never for Jared Cole.
100.
$95.
112 will be for the match when he returns. The pressure needs to be applied.
100.
It is somewhat, but it's all in the hands of this young man right now, as he will get a match start at tops.
72.
Not far away, just over the bar. And this is a must, this 96. It has to go. Double, double. He's going to go on the 60.
56.
Had loads of choices, but chose to go for the blocked bed. And Keelan K
Keelan 1.
finds himself to 8 points
Well
after
played,
4 matches. Well done to young Keelan. And we're going to take a short break as we go into the afternoon session. Adam Hookfield and Dave Pauletti will join us at 20-2 British time, but Keelan K is the man to catch, and he can be perfect today, like Mark Webster was yesterday. We'll see you soon. Welcome back to today's live league, and we go into the later part of today's session with one player undefeated on 8 points, and young Keelan K will play against Dave Parletti in 2 days' time to win with a perfect record. It's up to Dave Parletti to grab some points between now and then. But it's also the case for Adam Hookville, who has played 3 games without a win up to this point.
54.
It's been a tumultuous day for Adam. But you have to say, in his first game of the day against Jared Cole, where he lost 5 legs to 2,
84.
he was much improved. If he's able to find some more darts of the ilk of that game, then he's going to cause Parletti problems.
140.
I think it's fair to say that Dave Parletti let his last game slip a little bit. Even though Scott Marsh did perform to the end of that match, Parletti had him in position. And a couple of key missed doubles in different visits cost Parletti big. And the result of losing his first game of the day
49
means he can only get 8 points and now needs to win this one and win the next one to have any chance of winning today.
$44.
Both Scott Marsh and Jared Cole will definitely want Parletti to beat Keelan K, because if he doesn't, everyone's playing for second spot. Echoes of yesterday, when Mark Webster took it out of everybody's hands by winning his 5 games. Double 19 for Parletti to start.
60.
It would have been either a 14 or a 15 darter.
$58.
In this spot here, I would expect Dave to split it, which he has.
82.
And he is very, very good on double 16. I don't know why he doesn't leave it more often. Maybe it's just because he hasn't had the opportunity to leave it as much this week. But every time he's been in that bottom left corner, he's looked very good on double 16.
100.
$137.
Adam has not started this game particularly well, so the only way is up.
100.
Dave just has to maintain a good standard to have plenty of chances, you would feel.
57.
6 starts into this one. Parletti is the favourite still, with the advantage of throw.
100.
And when he does step to the left to open that bed up, he's very good at finding the sections that have got smaller.
78.
His first reaction to open up a bed is to step to the left, as he does it right there.
41.
Still leaves a finish, but that now invites Hookfield back into the leg.
140.
An invitation which he has just said yes to. However,
100.
the fourth 100 of the leg could give Parletti another chance to bank it. And there you see,
26.
the only word I can use is greedy. Go for the single 20 and go for the bull after.
King 2.
But Parletti takes that invitation that was offered to Hookville earlier, rips it up, and snags leg 2 along with leg 1 for a 2-0 lead. A friend of mine has been in touch saying that my mentioning the song Regulate by Warren G is a bit of an annoyance because they now can't get it out of their head. So
85.
I get the feeling I should apologize, but I'm not going to, because I am smiling at the fact that I may have brought some chuckles to someone's day by just using the word regulate. I was, of course, referring to the pace of the game for Jared Cole, which I feel he was speeding up, and he needed to just temper his pace a little bit more.
$95.
There have been many times in my commentary career where we have played a game of subject bingo,
140.
where throughout the course of a commentary day you might hear references to certain movies or certain musical groups. I particularly like the day on the European tour where Dan Dawson and Chris Murphy made sure that they got lots of mentions for Beatles songs in there and got all of the fans to join in to see if they could count how many songs they had referenced. Double top for Adam Hookville. Now 10s.
42.
And Dave has a chance for 3-0. Double 16.
Game 2.
Look at that. More evidence of his prowess on the 32. 2 shots at it here. 2 hits.
45.
Me off.
A little bit of confusion there because it is Dave Pauletti to go first.
That was me off, sorry, mate.
I know it's a rare occasion. I'm 3-0 up.
Sorry, mate. My bad.
Sorry, mate. Sorry.
It's not been Adam's day today. He just hoped that that visit that he just had was not a good visit in Pauletti's.
What a rare occasion that I actually won the darts.
Great visit from Dave to start this 4th leg.
97.
Nice sportsmanship from Adam to apologise for that lapse in concentration. He's not the first person to do that, and he won't be the last. We've all been there.
64.
You always feel a little bit awkward when someone is throwing and you're questioning, is it me to go first? You look at the score sheet, you look at the tablet, and you think, it is, but you don't want to interrupt their throw. You just say so when their visit is finished and say, I'm sorry, but it's me to go first.
$100.
Very steady game here from Dave Pauletti, leaving 64 after 12 in this leg. But the match stats
80.
make for good reading as Hookville gets more bad luck with a dart on the floor. Single 16 for double.
48.
Oh, this time he misses, but not by much.
$97.
Double 8 now for 4-0. Double 4.
Only 3.
And he does find the central portion of that green bit in the 2 o'clock corner.
140.
This is a great result for Dave's day to get him off and running. And it will be a huge confidence boost going into the most important game of the day, where he will look to stop Keelan K's charge
81.
to the title. Tremendous darts there from Pauletti. He has just kept going
180.
after starting very well. But Adam
Going
is
off.
getting in on the act as well.
3.
Oh,
94.
I like the switch to the bull there. It didn't pay off, but he wasn't bitten by a small number. He still left something
60.
very doable after Adam goes for 2 double tops and misses. It's now 127, possibly the game. 17 for bull. Bullseye for the match.
Oh, 25 lucky.
Not far off. Great attempt. Double 10 for Hookville.
Game in 3.
Finds it.
Well, buddy.
Good sportsmanship also from their opponent there, Dave Pauletti. But he will be writhing inside because he really craved the 5-0 there. Of which there have been 2 today. Keelan K's second game of the day was a 5-0 win over Scott Marsh. And it was then Marsh who won 5-0 against the Manchester thrower.
100.
$46.
Still has the advantage of throw after 6 darts here, and that is a perfect first dart.
140.
It deserved another treble, and he gets it. There you have someone who knows how to count. 315, you always go 25 and bull first dart, because the 25 leaves you 120 away from the 170. That is the perfect play. Wasn't able to get there, but it's good to see someone using the right tactics.
80.
104. 12. It's double 4 now.
83.
Oh, that is sensational. What a way to finish it for Pauletti. A huge confidence boost for him. Not only 2 points, but that will make him feel good for his game with Keelan K in a couple of games' time. Scott Marsh and Diogo Portela will return to the board post haste to come and see if they can keep their charge going. They'll be right back. Welcome back to today's action.
Get ready.
And Scott Marsh rejoins us for his fourth game of the day. And he has to put himself in position in this game. If he can defeat Diogo Portela, he will put himself on 6 points
Outside.
and await the result of the next game to see whether he can catch Keelan K in his final game of the day with Jared Cole at 3:20 British time. Everyone is going to have an eye on the next match to see whether top spot is still up for grabs after Parletti versus K, which is next.
140.
Diogo Portela yet to get off the mark, but even at this early
66.
stage of his campaign, he will be looking to get 2 points away from Scott Marsh. And if he can do that, he is still alive in the
100.
race. But by beating Marsh, he will eliminate Marsh from the ability to get top spot. So there's going to be a lot of jostling in the next 2 to 3
58.
hours. There was a lot of
100.
positivity from the Twitter sphere this morning in relation to Dave Parletti. Everybody thought that maybe he was trending in the right direction,
59.
possibly gunning for today's title. Well, he is still in with a shout. But in order for the race to extend, Dave has to win
84.
the next match for himself and for others. Scott has played some good stuff today in patches, but
44.
it hasn't been a consistent day for him. $62 remain. Might just stay on the 15s.
45.
A lot of my colleagues within the PDC are from the same area of the world as me.
60.
Originally from Northumberland, hence the accent.
Checking one.
Diogo finds himself a 16 darter to start the match, and many of the Northeast officials, commentators and players have been teased about how we say Mr. Portela's first name in our accent.
140.
If I say it in full Northumbrian, it's Diogo. And that's exactly how Sid would say it.
134.
$100.
I think Diogo is a fantastic ambassador for South American darts. And I've always said I would love him to walk onto the Lambada by KO.
83.
Great song from the early 90s. But no matter what he walks onto, he always brings a smile to people's
97.
faces. This is a better leg from Scott, though. Took him a bit of time to find his range, but now that he's found it, he wants to keep it.
140.
Great attempt at the 180 there from Diogo. And he will have an attempt at the 144 for the 12 darter and a 2-0 lead.
84.
$38.
Not ideal with that visit. And Scott will look at double 10 now. Just inside of that, a micro step to the left.
Yeah, checking 3.
And a beautiful shot from Scott Marsh. When you're looking to have a brand within this game,
58.
it's all about the things that you want. You want the walk-on song, you want the shirt, you want the kit. You want to have your own colour scheme, that kind of thing.
140.
Diogo has the brand, in my opinion. And he He's working very hard to be part of the elite of the game. Part of the 128 on
134.
tour. I think he'll get there. And even if for some reason that he doesn't,
140.
he has taken South American darts and moved it on a notch. I think he deserves a lot of credit for that.
59.
But we've been talking about a certain rap song called Regulator for the last couple of games. I've had another friend
91.
on the phone in the last few minutes saying, can you imagine if someone walked out to Drop It Like It's Hot by Snoop Dogg? It would take a really cool dart player
59.
to be able to pull that one off. You have to have a great look about you. I think Diogo's got the image for something like that.
58.
Possibly Devin Peterson. He could probably get away with it and think of a dance for it. Got to find something here. Mike goes for the 25.
100.
He gets the 60. That was aggressive. That's a 9. So 63. Now the bull for the lead.
25 left.
Good attempt. And Diogo may look at the bullseye himself here on 91. Guarantees the single for a bull.
Oh, 33 left.
And you can tell when it hit the board, it just didn't fly with enough air. Double 8.
Yeah, 25 in
Fours
3.
is found right in the bottom corner. And Marsh has recovered very well to take a 2-1 advantage here. For the top spot, this is a
90.
knockout match. Whoever loses is out of the race. Simple as that. Can't afford to lose 2 games today because Keelan K has not lost any. He may even
87.
have the luxury of losing the last game and still winning the title today. I guarantee you that Keelan will want all 10
57.
points very badly. I've monitored the technique of Diogo for quite a few seasons now, and I think there's a lot to admire.
140.
If I was being micro-critical, I would say that the backlift sometimes is just a little bit long. By that I mean when he has the dart at address, when he brings the dart back towards
42.
the right side of his jaw. Sometimes he goes a little bit too deep. And if you do that,
100.
engage the bicep portion of your arm, and you lose control of the dart. There's a player in the Netherlands by the name of Michael Ploy.
59.
He brings the dart way under his chin and under his jawline. I think he's got very little control of the dart by pulling it back that far. So if I was Diogo's coach,
58.
I would be getting him to maybe shorten that backlift just a little bit. The further that dart goes under the jawline, the less you can see the
59.
dart and utilize your hand-eye coordination. No such thing for Scott.
Yeah, 56. in 2.
Everything in the eye line and everything hitting its mark. 3-1 now after 4 legs. That's the average. Goes to 82, which is less than Diogo.
97.
One of those perplexing matches where someone wins 3 legs in a row and still has an average less than that of the person who is losing.
125.
The way he's playing now, it's only going to climb.
$140.
140.
58.
100.
43.
60.
42.
76 in 3. 85.
93.
41.
47.
55.
180.
140.
83.
140.
80.
40 and 1.
30.
Welcome back to the Modus Sports Icons of Darts Live League, and we could have a winner of the league after this match here. It's all down to Dave Parletti to see if we don't.
Bullseye.
If Parletti was to win this match, all
Bullseye.
of a sudden there are others that can win, and I mean others plural, not just Dave, but Scott Marsh,
Outside.
Dave himself, and Jared Cole can all
25.
still win.
All the best.
However, if
That's not mate.
Keelan K
All the
was
best.
to win this game and get the perfect 10 points for the day, it would be his first daily win.
45.
He's never had an unbeaten day, and the best he has done up to this point is his second spot
54.
on the 29th of May. Quite a few weeks ago. He has had a lot of ups and downs between
45.
then and now. And we cannot forget that even if Keelan
99.
was to lose this match, he could still win. It may have something to do with the margin of the defeat,
62.
if it comes to that. Early in this one,
99.
he has found his way to getting the darts off Dave Parletti after just throwing 6 darts. Make no mistake, the pressure is on Dave Parletti in this match, because Keelan will know
60.
he could still win, even if he loses. But his destiny is in his own hands, and if you are going to get
58.
your first daily win, why not get it with 10 points?
84.
I can say from experience that when you have a day and you are undefeated, it makes you feel very good indeed. Because in most other tournaments, that's what you have to do to win a title. You can't afford to lose one game. Tops for Keelan
Game in 3.
and finds a ton plus checkout in the opening leg. The only ton plus score of the leg, but it's good enough to get an 18 dart start. A nightmare beginning to this game for Dave. He has to find his
100.
range fast. Dave, of course, a postal worker by trade,
95.
and he's not the only one within the world of darts who has done that job. Joe Cullen used to be a postal worker, as did Raymond van Barneveld,
100.
and of course, Dieter Hedman.
96.
Keelan is just plodding along, doing good things, not making many mistakes so far,
100.
and is forcing his opponent to do more than him.
40.
You've got the minimum there. But we'll have a shot at it. Just doesn't seem to be collecting in the red bit here for the Surrey throw. That's advantage Cornwall again.
44.
2 visits of 40 something. And all of a sudden, Parletti is back in this leg.
99.
And I like the switch to leave 82 as opposed to 81. Because now he will definitely go 25 first. Or can we get a 126?
120.
Chance missed for a second consecutive ton plus checkout. 67 remain. 17 for bull. Has to guarantee the shot. Does so for the bull. Not far away, but Keelan earlier went for double three. This time it's too high.
Game in 3.
Finds double one. It's not just about the ton plus checkouts, you see. It's about small things like 6. And more importantly, if you dissect that shot, the 3 at the end of it, the 1 double 1. It's the confidence that he's built up over the course of this day that has allowed him to convert that and get a 2-0 lead. Bad news for Parletti. Bad news for Marsh and Cole. The 29th of May seems like a long time ago
77.
when Keelan came second. The amount of experience that he is gaining by playing in multiple leagues, I'm sure will stand him in good stead for the future.
100.
But let's put this into perspective. This is the 24th day he has played.
134.
24th. So it could be 24th time lucky. Not that I'm a believer in luck in the game of darts.
77.
He just keeps plugging away and plugging away and plugging away. Two treble visits in this leg,
131.
which have given him this little cushion. So the 73 may have to go this time. 20 for bull.
Oh, rubbish. Keelan. 30.
And Parletti is staring down 100. And these chances have to go.
Game 2.
That is a brilliant checkout. Really clean. And that's what not just him, but other players wanted to see.
95.
I said for the last few games that it was up to the likes of Jared Cole to stop the Keelan K Express. Well, he's only been going in one direction all day since the very start when he was 3-1 down
Come on, man.
and
29.
4-2 down in his opening game. If he loses that first game, he wouldn't be here. He may have lost other matches,
98.
but because of that good start, he has built on the confidence like a Lego tower.
135.
One block at a time. Parletti is really scrapping here. There's been no consistency with the scoring, not tons and ton 40s and the odd 180.
96.
He is searching around the board. And he's falling behind in every leg, which is surprising considering his prowess on scoring usually. His reputation is very, very broad.
90.
Again, he might have to rely on misses from K. And there's no guarantee they're going to come.
97.
He positions himself just in case.
Game in 2.
But K does not miss. Not once. He is doing 2 jobs at the same time here, Keelan.
What is going on, man?
He is winning and getting closer to that perfect 10. But if by some small miracle Dave Parletti was to get back into this one and flip his form around, he is really doing well to minimize the damage on the leg difference. I don't know what you might say. You might think that's defeatist, but it's just something that may come into consideration later in the day if Keelan was to lose.
42.
That's better.
180.
That maximum gives him a big lead all of a sudden. He's got to cling on for
43.
dear life, because I know how much Dave Pauletti dearly wants to win one of these stages. He wants it to be today. He cannot make mistakes at all between now and the very last match that he will play against Jared Cole.
60.
The scoring is starting to desert him a little bit. And these are the situations that need to be taken advantage of. That's a great dart for double 18.
80.
Good positive shot at the 36. Goes slightly too high,
135.
but now it's time to get it finished,
And 2.
which he does. He erodes the gap of 2 down to 1. But now the job is to get the throwback.
63.
On social media, it's usually Throwback Thursday, isn't it? Well, Dave Pauletti has got to play Get the Throwback Wednesday.
96.
60.
It's a very good throw that Dave possesses.
Oh, come on.
Just
44.
question if there is anything that can be done to possibly temper his pace
100.
to make him a tiny bit better. I think there's a lot of talent in that arm of his.
98.
I'm seeing with certain sports people, it's not just about natural talent, it's about how you evolve as a player in your sport.
99.
Cristiano Ronaldo was probably in the best condition of his life, and he's 35 years old. He's
85.
been playing for the best part of 20 years. Not
100.
everything has to happen immediately, but you have to do the right things. And right now, the right thing for Keelan is treble 19 and double.
99.
He leaves the double, and Pauletti is under pressure to take the 82. This is big. Tops.
Snatchy Dave, man. So snatchy.
To be within 1 of today's title. It's double 4.
12.
Inside, and 3 darts missed to get to 4. Pauletti survives. As do other people. Right now it is level after 6. Could we be going to a last leg shootout? It's getting very edgy indeed. These players know, and others do know, including myself, just how big this game is.
134.
Keelan K has played in pressure situations before. The Boys World Cup pairs final. He played with Brad Phillips. I'm sure he felt the nerves then. He got the job
96.
done on that occasion with young Brad.
On 121.
On that occasion, they were
85.
victors over a very, very handy Czech Republic team.
Sorry.
And one of the players for the Czech Republic in that squad, Thomas Hudek, is somebody
100.
you should definitely watch out for. That boy has a future. And what they're doing with darts in the Czech
95.
Republic should be recognised. But now we are coming down to the thick end of the stick here. Bullseye, 1 tops.
71.
Under pitches. And Dave is backed into a corner here, needing 1 treble for the bull.
41.
That is not good, but it is for Keelan.
Game in 1.
And he finds himself within 1 now, and he will get 2 chances. Is this the best of the 2 chances? It is where he throws first. You have to admit,
95.
based on the form book, if you decided to have a little wager on who was going to win today's title, Keelan K may have been long odds. A lot of people may have looked at Parletti to have a run,
96.
Jared Cole to get his 2nd in a row, possibly Scott Marsh. The first daily win for Keelan K
100.
would be against those odds.
$95.
If he can get the job done here with 90 plus scores, which is what he's doing, 95, 96, 95, it'll be very interesting to see
140.
the reaction from Keelan if he can get the job done in the next 6 to 9 darts potentially.
100.
Steady away, down to 115. That will be for today's win. That miss on the treble 19 high and to the left. It has happened more than once. And this time it goes inches high. Keelan, for today's title, needs 100 more.
50.
That's not ideal. He's going to get a match dart. He could get 2 if he finds the 25. That's an 8, so 17 now for tops. Match
Game
dart.
3.
It's the only one he requires. And there you have Keelan K's first daily win with 10 points in the bank. Congratulations, Keelan. You've worked very, very hard for that. You have emulated your JDC All-Star with Jared Cole getting the win on Monday. Today is your day, and you enjoy it. Everybody else is now battling for 2nd spot, so don't go anywhere. We have a champion, and his name is Keelan K. Sounds like the start of a chant, doesn't it? Well, now we have to find someone to position behind him in second spot.
All the best, mate.
But first and
Thank you,
foremost,
mate.
we need to find out if Adam Hookville or Diogo Portela can get off the
Bullseye.
mark for the day. They've played 6
25.
games between them without a victory.
Good,
Good luck,
good
Diogo.
game, Adam.
All the best, mate.
Enjoy it.
Two good
And you,
mates who live very close to each other, maybe 30, 40 minutes away from each other. Make no
58.
mistake, after Monday, where Diogo did not get any points, he will want to get off the mark here
180.
to make things easier for himself when he has multiple matches to finish the day on. He will play the third last match
58.
and the penultimate match against Dave Parletti and Jared Cole, and still has the opportunity of making it to second spot, but needs to
99.
win all of his matches. Scott Marsh will play his final game of the day against Jared Cole next, and that could have a big bearing on second spot.
99.
It's been a tough week for Adam. Only one victory, and that came against Diogo
80.
by 5 legs to 4. Sometimes when darts is not going your way, other things will also go the wrong way as well. This morning with
100.
a laptop malfunction that meant he had to try and source another one. Didn't help his cause.
62.
Nicely up for 80. And Adam is someone who uses different parts of the board to leave the requisite numbers. I think there's a few things that he does we can all
58.
learn from sometimes. Another single 20. Now, I bet he's wishing that wall wasn't there.
40.
He'd much rather have gone for tops from the right hand side, but you don't want to be going for tops when you're flush up against the wall.
27.
This is a much better position. 3 darts
Game in 1.
and only needing the 1. That's much better. Starts with a very respectable 16 darter.
$100.
And last Monday, Adam picked up 2 points. His only win of that day coming against Dave Parletti.
97.
And only 2 points on Monday just gone. So the opportunity to gain more points than previous effort
60.
has gone by the wayside today. And you have to look back at that first game of the day where he was 3-1 and 4-2 up
85.
on today's winner, Keelan K, and was not able to close the deal.
47.
$100.
I've had a suggestion
64.
from Dan Thorne on Twitter that we should do a quick interview with the player who wins the daily title. Well, we did that with Aaron Monk previously when he won. I think it
59.
was a weekly title. And I think that's a very good idea for the future. And I'm sure if you were to notify MODUS Darts 180 on Twitter of that, that'd be something they would look into. I think it'll be a very interesting interview today with Keelan. As it's
42.
his
No,
first
check
win
40, sorry.
in a campaign. Really insightful to see how much he has worked towards the first title today. So thanks for your comment, Dan. Hope you're enjoying the coverage today.
128.
If you're not going to take 160 out to to leave 32 after 3 darts.
84.
I applaud you. That was a really good use of the treble 18 from Diogo.
Checking 2.
There you have it. 17 darter from Diogo to answer the 16 of Adam Hookvale. And the break of throw is wiped out. It was a difficult year last year for Diogo
60.
because he went to European Q school, which meant if he wanted to try and qualify for European events,
180.
he had to travel to Europe, had to travel to places like Graz or some places in Germany. He didn't go to Wigan or Barnsley
56.
to qualify for European events. He had to fly to these qualifiers. And he had to put in a few extra yards to try and get there.
125.
Adam Hookvale was 5 perfect darts in there.
Missed it by about 3 inches.
Sometimes 9 darters come
60.
when you least expect it. How could we ever forget that 9 darter from Raymond van Barneveld in 2010?
96.
He wasn't playing especially brilliantly against Brendan Dolan, but found the 9. And in the words of Stuart Pike, where did that come from?
59.
We have to applaud Adam here for responding to his throw being broken with possibly an 11
Game
darter.
into.
That's exactly what he gets. This is a much better performance. It's very similar to the start he had against Keelan K earlier. Let's just hope that his laptop
99.
does not crash again. Actually, it's not his laptop, it's somebody else's. So let's hope their laptop doesn't crash.
120.
Oh, Diogo gets a dangler. Get those now and again where the flight gets caught between 2 shafts and
52.
it doesn't register any points because the point is not touching the board.
$60.
3 breaks of throw on this one so far.
97.
It's possible, of course, that these 2 players will occupy the bottom 2 spots in the league again. But Diogo has games in hand, 2 of them in fact, to try and get himself off the bottom.
43.
These are the only 2 players that don't have any points yet. Arletty has 2, Cole has 2,
60.
and Marsh has 6. If Scott Marsh was to win his next game against Jared Cole,
100.
that should wrap up 2nd spot. In fact, I'm pretty sure, without doing all of my mathematics,
89.
that would wrap up 2nd spot, and then we'll be playing for places after that.
$81.
104 for Adam. It's not the same as the last leg, which was an 11 darter, but still a good chance. Oh, that's unfortunate. Clatters into the flight. Takes all of the pace off the dart.
34.
You'll be thinking, why didn't I go for the treble 15 on the 2nd time? But because it's so close to the 57, he likes the option of using the dart going in off the barrel. Sometimes you will hit the flight. Adam needs 20 in tops.
Game in 3.
And finds it for 3-1. Great finish.
$78.
Both of these players have had children this year. They have
46.
somewhat joked about their ruined body clocks and the lack of REM sleep that they've been getting.
96.
I always remember when Adrian Lewis had his first child, and he came to the tour soon after and said, I can't wait to get back to darts because I can get some proper sleep there. And I thought that was very appropriate. If you do have a young family and they're being
26.
taken care of, and you're away on tour, at least when you're on tour, you can get some good rest.
96.
Unless you have a roommate that snores, of course, which at points in my career I have had. I won't divulge who they are.
140.
161 left for Diogo in a game where he's not played his best stuff. We have seen him
40.
play in the live league and average as high as 105, 106. This is not one of those games. Good recovery.
85.
He will have that 76 to get back within one of Adam.
$43.
And he will have an abundance of opportunities.
Uh, 44.
Maybe a serendipitous miss there from Diogo on the single 16 because he may want to go for
57.
double 16 as opposed to tops anyway. Is that the case? We are yet to find out.
Checking 2.
But now we know. Three legs to 2.
59.
The scoring that we saw earlier from Adam Hookville is no longer apparent. And the worrying pattern for Adam is that he was
57.
3-1 up, like he was against Keelan Kate earlier. He doesn't want history to repeat
56.
itself. I think it's a lot easier
45.
to find your form when your opponent is doing steady stuff. Find it motivating. But when you're in a battle like this,
92.
you get the feeling that one treble visits might be enough. And you find a bit of extra anxiety kicking in
99.
a game like this because it's difficult to start firing when you haven't got anything to feed on.
81.
And Adam is using other parts of the board more than anybody I've seen this week.
100.
43.
Except for 170. Diogo badly needs a treble.
60.
It's just not happening. We've only had one ton plus visit in this entire leg from both players.
$56.
I get the feeling that maybe a straight ton here from Diogo may be enough to give him an opportunity.
55.
Doesn't get close to that. And Adam, using the board, might go downstairs for this. There's Bull. There's 14.
Game in 3.
And there's Bull. Showboat. I'm not sure what Diogo thought of that one. Well, that one came out of the fresh blue sky. Shades of
100.
there. Well.
$80.
He wouldn't advocate going that way all of the time. But he has been using the board a little bit more, trying to find some fresh targets.
60.
But they were unquestionably the three best darts he's thrown today.
57.
He's now within one of a first victory.
100.
And there's no guarantee that Diogo will get one today, with 2 games remaining after this against the dangerous Dave Parley
85.
and, of course, Jared Cole, Monday's winner. I do like that shirt that Diogo has. I think that is a
100.
very clever design. If you are going to get a dart shirt,
39.
get it done right. I'm not going to come out and say that every dart shirt that people make is good, because they aren't. There are some horrors out there.
95.
me, that is a very good one.
Oh, rubbish. 49.
Plenty of time for 46. And the first leg of 3, which he needs to get the win.
Checking 2.
He has found the green bit again. And it's now 2 legs in a row that Diogo needs to snag the win away from Adam.
40.
A very rangy throw that Adam possesses. The exact opposite to that of Diogo, where the elbow and the hand are
137.
kept very, very compact towards the face, whereas you can see the extension of the right arm of
40.
Adam. He extends it way out there. Not a compact throw, but not a bad throw.
26.
Coaches would advocate trying to keep things in as small a space as possible.
85.
It's a funny old game. You start 1-3-7, you think I'm going to get this leg, and then you have a 26.
95.
Small margins between greatness and mediocrity.
58.
Advantage Diogo. This is now against the throw. We could go all the way to a 9th leg in this one.
59.
92.
He doesn't get to a finish, but he does stay in touch with Diogo.
$100.
That is a good ton. Using the 18s a lot here.
56.
He won't next time if he gets another turn, because a single 18 means you can't check 112 in 2. You can get 64 in 2 though. That leaves 22.
Checking 3.
Oh, nice from Diogo, denying the opportunity for Adam to take the match on 130.
All the best,
And we
mate.
go to leg 9
Well, that's right.
to see who will get off the mark.
$96.
This time Adam starts on the 20s. He has
60.
some spots today where he started on the 19s. But in a last leg decider, you have to go for the maximum beds.
$100.
This would be a great performance if Diogo was to find a win from 4-2 down.
81.
And it would make Adam feel even worse than he does already. Adam has had some good darts in this match. His average is not great, but there was an 11 darter in there.
140.
With that 140, he's making Adam's job even harder.
44.
Fabulous first two darts.
126.
And a missed single. He can laugh about it now. Now he has to find himself a single 7
60.
to have a shot at a double, which has been very successful for him in this one. That is right in the middle. One left.
7.
He will return.
$96.
That's a better visit to leave the finish. You get the feeling the match is gone. For his first points of the week, he gets it. First 2 points of the week for Diogo, and they might not be the last, but Adam Hookville leaves us, unfortunately for him, with no points today. He will be on the bottom of the table, the exact opposite to Keelan K. As we move on, we have Jared Cole and Scott Marsh in the next game, which could have a big bearing on where second place goes today, as Scott Marsh finishes his campaign. Welcome back to our action for today in the Icons of Darts Live League with MODUS Sports, and Jared Cole returns, who will play 3 of the final 4 games to see if he can snag second place away from his opponent in this one. The situation is as follows.
Yeah, I'm not saying that.
Jared Cole has played 2 matches. He has got 2 points.
25.
If he is to get second spot, he must
Outside.
Scott Marsh, because if Scott Marsh wins this one, he will have 8, and
Yeah,
nobody will
that's
be
right.
able to catch him. The best that Dave Parletti can do now
60.
is 6. The best that Diogo Portela can do is 6. The best that Jared Cole can do
57.
8. So a win here over Scott Marsh and 2 more wins will get him second spot to add to a winning spot for
60.
Monday, which will make for a pretty successful week. I am reliably informed by our colleague Mark Walker
85.
that Keelan K is our 19th different league winner. Just goes to show how many different talents we have had
60.
at a successful level. There are many players who have tried and not got a title, but now Keelan is a
83.
winner. That will make him feel very, very good. Having a celebratory dinner tonight, I'm sure, with his parents.
140.
Jared has stayed very straight in this leg, 3 scores of 60, and finally finds the treble
40.
for 140 in visit number 4. Looking to line up to finish here.
60.
And gets another 60. Not quite got the range on that 60 on a consistent basis yet, but I'm sure he'll get there.
60.
He may have to get there, because the pattern in today's play has been Scott having a searching first leg, then finding his range
59.
thereafter. That's a much better first start for Scott.
100.
Good score of a ton. First chance to Jared. Tops
In 3.
finds the 62. A little bit of a change of pace there for Jared, because he usually goes 12 on 44 for 32. But decides not to go for double 16 this time.
97.
Goes for the Motown shot, 4 tops.
$59.
This is the point where Scott Marsh usually kicks in. If you think about
78.
early last week and this week, the worst he has done is 8 points. He had 10 last Monday, 8 on Monday just gone.
60.
He doesn't want to continue the slide and only end up with 6 today.
137.
For a 3-league spell, to get 26 points if he wins this game is quite an achievement. He has only lost
55.
2 games since last Monday. In fact, he's only lost 2 games this week. One of them was against Jared Cole
96.
on Monday just gone, and that was unquestionably the game of the day.
100.
$74 left with 2 darts in hand. That leaves 32.
Could be 16 left.
Jared just can't seem to find any range on this treble 20 in the match so far. Too many darts have been going under that one, but this is better.
140.
Got to work to the right. Got to keep going.
8.
Too far. And this is a stealing opportunity for the man in light blue. Double 5.
77.
Not quite. Double 4 has been quite good to Scott today,
No score.
but it is not on this occasion. Double 5 again,
Yeah, in one.
which is what Jared receives. And you start to wonder if the adrenaline has just left Scott Marsh's arm a little bit after realizing that he cannot get today's title.
97.
He never really troubled Keelan K in their match earlier. It was, for me, a bit of an anomaly result.
100.
Keelan did not play massively better than Scott Marsh. I mean, Scott did not play well, but for it to be 5-0 is the tiniest bit flattering. If, as a very good dart player, you are willing to accept 5-0 defeat,
140.
you're hoping that your opponent is averaging something silly, like 115.
98.
Jared has improved on his scoring in this one, and he hasn't played anywhere near his best yet. He's still 2-0 up.
100.
100.
You could categorize this leg as steady, leading 106 after 12. Scott has improved also,
54.
but he's now on something very similar after 12. 10 or a 6, a 6,
86.
and a little grimace on that shot at double, which comes up too short. 50 left, 32,
16 left.
and misses at doubles in this match have cost Scott dearly.
In one.
And Mr. Cole is making him pay. Now, Jared has played
180.
so far, as Scott gets his first 180 of the match. His leg difference is all square. If he gets a big win here, it will definitely help his cause for second spot. As Scott is guaranteed to have those 6 points in the bank.
180.
+6 at the moment as he sets up a 9-dart chance.
$57.
This could be the third 9-darter we've had in the Icons of Darts Live League. We've had many chances at them.
97.
We've had missed doubles for 9s. We've had 2 successes. But on this occasion, we have 44 left after 9.
Do you want me to carry on or?
I was just going to check Scott's sound because we can't seem to hear him at the moment. We'll be right back.
There's
into
one
the game as soon
frozen.
as we can get.
Hello. Right. Carry on, yeah.
got Scott back
Oh, yeah.
on communications. And Jared has the small matter of a 342 point gap between him
100.
and the man who's just missed a 9 dart attempt. But to get his first double,
Gaming 2.
and there it is. 11 darter is a way to announce yourself into the match. As I was saying, just before
100.
Scott was on that 9, Jared is having to bridge a 6-leg gap in the leg difference between himself and Scott.
140.
A big win here would definitely help.
100.
He knows that it's not about the leg difference at this point. It's just about winning the final 3 matches and getting the 8 points.
140.
But if he does lose one of those matches, it could well come down
140.
to that leg difference. But he must beat Marsh.
$105.
This is another handy leg from Scott. A couple of ton 40s in there and a 105.
137.
And a fabulous approach from Jared, which will yield hope that he just received
100.
to get 3 darts at double 12. This is for 4-1.
Go for it.
Double 12. No 6s.
Yeah, into.
Finds it.
Shot.
A lovely, instructive 14 darter from Jared Cole. Gets him a huge lead after 5 legs.
$140.
Scott didn't do much wrong in that last leg. It was just the fact that Jared was also very good and had the throw.
81.
Sometimes you just have to take those legs on the chin.
$97.
Oh, that's a great start. I was looking at the treble 18 to be hit there. He saw enough room under
60.
that first blocker. It's amazing how many times he's able to do
100.
that with a flat dart to glance the previous dart and go underneath that lie. It's a very tricky
100.
shot to be able to master, but he has done it so many times in the last couple of weeks. Bullseye.
25 left.
Ooh, that was close. That would have been the best finish of the day by a very long way.
140.
I will guarantee that Jared Cole will get a match dart from here if Scott keeps playing like this. Double 8.
Yeah, shot in 3.
Finds it. He has up the ante, and look at the difference in the averages now. 94 for Scott, and that is because of the last 3 legs. His start was stuttering at best, but since then he's been immensely
43.
accurate. And he's going to have to be for another 3 legs straight if he wants to get the result. And he wants second spot right away.
85.
Very similar to that of Keelan K when he was playing against Dave Parletti. He knew that the win would guarantee first spot.
128.
He had the cushion potentially of if he lost the game, he could still win. Marsh has this. He wins the game, he gets second, but he can still get second if he loses, depending on what Jared does and what Parletti does.
60.
Jared on 315. The right shot, 25 or ball first.
59.
$100.
Fun to leave 170 from Scott. Had a shot at the 164 a
140.
little earlier. Trying to get the perfect 2 treble 20s for ball here.
$89.
Bullseye just positions himself a little easier, and Jared has 116 for the game. 26 down, 90 left.
51.
Scott Marsh, 81 for one of 2 breaks that he needs, plus a hold to gain 2 more points.
25
And
left.
misses the ball, and now has to survive match darts. 51 second spot in this one. 7 or a 3. It's double 6.
59.
It's like double 6 usually, but that one was rushed a little bit. This game should be going more legs.
Shot in 3.
It is now. As Scott Marsh closes the gap to 4 legs to 3.
$100.
I'm just going to check Scott's sound again. We seem to have lost him one more time. Just bear with us one moment.
Pardon? Yeah, it's fine. Been a bit of a nightmare. Happens to us all, mate. Don't worry about it.
Apologies for that lack of sound there. We're hopeful that we have Scott back permanently now.
85.
Been a few technical gremlins today.
180.
Fabulous 180 there from Scott Marsh, and this game could go to the wire like it did on Monday,
60.
and it will have importance. Don't forget that Jared Cole has
57.
1 match dart to win 5 legs to 2. It was a double 6.
140.
But he will need Scott to put the brakes on if he wants to win at 5-3.
57.
Has done so somewhat there.
60.
But no treble 20 for Jared. Offers the easier option to Scott, who needs double top
20 left.
and misses to make it 4-all. The 156 will not go,
60.
and the level game is looking likely now.
Yeah, 21.
And that is what we have.
What about?
Yeah, I knew, mate. That was good.
If you're looking for a bright side for Jared, it's that he has the darts, but he needs to find that 60 early, which is exactly what he's doing.
180.
Look at that. After losing the last couple of legs,
100.
to pay tribute to that visit and to that young man there.
100.
Great last start. Keeps the pressure on. Has he done the damage earlier with that
97.
maximum? Again, that step to the right and finding the bottom right corner of that treble 20. What a dart.
60.
It might have kept him in this leg.
$41.
That's a disaster. Now Jared has a bit of time.
100.
Finds that last dart. And again, he may go for the 25 to give himself 2 match darts. And we'll hope he
98.
doesn't hit the bullseye. No, he's left a bogey number, Scott. But Jared Cole hasn't.
52.
And his trusty double 9 has not helped him this time. If only Scott had left 164 or 167, he would have had a chance.
57.
He's not out of it yet. Jared still has to take this. Now it's double 3.
3.
And if Scott was to take this 108, he will bank second spot today. And I don't think he thought he was going to get a shot at this.
54.
Take it out. And Jared, maybe somewhat nervous with this one.
Yeah, in 2.
Oh, a lovely deflection of that flight. It just curved in like that at the last, and he does get a second 5-4 victory against Scott Marsh for the week, and it keeps the race for second spot alive, that's for sure. So, as Jared Cole gets a 5-4 victory, Diogo Portela will come back against Dave Parletti, who is still in with a shout of second spot. calculations have been done. See who can still gain second spot after Keelan K takes top spot today with a perfect record of 5 wins out of 5. And out of the remaining 3 players left playing today, Diogo Portela, Dave Parley,
25.
and Jared Cole, 2 of those 3 can still gain second spot, as well as the now retired Scott Marsh from the day.
Good game, buddy.
It's up to
Hello, mate.
Cole and Pauletti to try and catch him. But even though Diogo Portela can get the same points as Scott Marsh, he cannot surpass the leg difference. He can equal it.
57.
That wouldn't be enough because he lost to Scott Marsh earlier. On the upside for Diogo, it will be an improved day today, as he did not get any points on Monday.
85.
Getting that win over Adam Hookvale has vaulted him a spot up, which he will want to do again to try and get up as high as possible before the end of play today. If Dave Pauletti wants to find himself in second spot, an improvement for him
60.
on Monday when he got third spot, he will have to win his final 2 matches, and he will have to find a plus point of 6 in those games. So has to win the equivalent of 5 legs to 2 twice.
59.
Boiling that point down a little bit, if he loses this match, he can't finish second. But Jared Cole still could.
$96.
It's been one of those days that proves that darts is not predictable. Everybody's been working very hard today on their game. We have seen some great stuff. We've seen some great legs. Best we've seen today is an 11 darter.
60.
Can we possibly better that in the final 3 games of today's play?
What is that?
Dave fails to get the second 60 he needed for a shot at tops on the 160. But that one came out all wrong.
64.
That one was for the treble 14.
16 left.
The funny thing is, if you'd have gone a little bit lower than that, you would have had a shot at tops if you'd have hit the treble 8.
Jeez, what is going on today? Oh, David.
It's a horrible feeling knowing that you're not playing well and you don't know why. Double 8 for Diogo.
Checking 2.
And if anybody in this field is going to be used to a little bit of humidity whilst playing darts, it's probably Diogo Portela. I don't know what it's like playing darts in Brazil, but I can't imagine it's anything like playing in the United Kingdom. But in humid conditions, I'm sure he is more than well prepared.
$60.
In previous times when I've watched Diogo play darts, in the latter part of a session, he has improved game on game. So he has
81.
the opportunity playing this game and the next to finish with a real brightness and confidence.
140.
We have had a lot of compliments about his score calling. Even when he's not playing his best darts, he seems to see his scores in a very positive manner. He is a very positive individual and he's great to have around. He works very hard in his game and his mental skills, but
99.
more often than not, he tends to put other people first. That's just the kind of guy he is.
$120.
That's better from Dave Parletti. But he still needs mistakes from the man in yellow, green, and blue.
57.
$100.
Steady ton. Now craving the 105.
65.
It's 80. Went for the double 18 for tops. And with that flight possibly blocking his path a little bit, he could have gone for two double 19s there. Double top for Diogo.
Oh, 60.
Flight was in the way. It just cascaded into it. And Parletti needs that bid for 1-all.
20.
Diogo is getting quite fortunate here,
Oh,
but now needs double 7.
Jesus Christ. No score.
I think the less said, the better about that visit. Now Parletti has to somehow sweep the negativity aside. Maybe playing in a very hot room and struggling. Doesn't have any control over the dart. Double 5.
10.
And this is turning into a very, very unusual game.
Score.
Can Diogo find double 5?
Checking 1.
Yes, he can. 2-0 up. And Parletti has so much work to do. It's hard to wipe the smile off Diogo's face most of the time. You can't believe
48.
how many chances he got to take that leg. There are times when your hands are so hot and your body is so hot when you're playing. It's not just from the temperature, but it's from the pressure as well, where your body heat increases. Sometimes you just throw the darts without thinking, and it's a more effective way of playing the game. Remove the thinking part of the process and just let your arm do what it's supposed to do. That's exactly what I did against Scott Mitchell a few weeks ago, where I was in quite a lot of pain with my shoulder, and I thought, just try and simplify the process and just throw without thinking. And even though the game hurt, I managed to get the win. I didn't actually play that badly. This is better.
180.
Well, you get a singing 180 with a laugh in the middle.
Oh, Dave. 26.
Can Diogo get a shot for the 152?
96.
That's good enough. Nothing is going right for Parletti at the moment. And Diogo has to pounce on these chances. Double. Well, does he get the double 16 there? Now it's double 8.
Checking 3.
Finds it. First 2 darts weren't in the beds that he was going for, but the third one was, and that was the most important one.
$140.
Part of the equation for Parletti to get to second spot on the table was that he had to put
35.
himself in position to do so in the next game. He is currently on a leg difference of all square. So in order to surpass Scott Marsh, you need to be
140.
in the positive column and getting closer to Scott. The best he can do now is 5 legs to 3, which would put him on +2, which in the next match, he would have to win 5 legs to 1 against Jared Cole.
40.
Quite the ask. So second spot is getting a little bit further out of his reach. Has Dave Parletti changed darts? Well, if he has, a stroke of genius, because his game has transformed in this leg, leaving 76 after 12.
60.
In a game where he's really struggled to score. $19 gets that.
56.
170 left, just in case. Double 10 is found. It's one of those moments where for 2 seconds you could have gifted Dave Parletti there with that celebration, as if to say, it's about time I hit a double.
45.
If darts was easy, we'd all play it at the best level. There are times in your life where it becomes very, very difficult. And even as a professional myself, I can tell you tales of times where I could not find anything. I remember being in the Biker Key Club
100.
as a young player, and in a Super League match, I threw 51 darts for a leg and did not win it. It was one of those silly, silly games where we both could not hit double one in one of the legs. The rest of the game was okay. But it's just that one leg that I have never forgotten.
60.
Happened to the best of us.
$140.
The funny thing is, throwing shorter stems, which Dave Parletti has started to do in the last couple of legs, I think is more difficult.
60.
But it has helped Parletti to get back on the score sheet. And he's playing much better darts.
Oh,
all of a
still
sudden.
sticking. 127.
Even though the dart has slipped and not hit the single 16.
80.
He should
88.
still get within one leg here. That's very, very lucky not to have busted the score. Now it's double 16.
Game in 2.
There you have it. I think
How close that was.
I'm just looking through my thesaurus right now to try and categorize this game. And the best word I can come up with is unusual. It's been littered with things that just have been a little bit different. It's
100.
amazing what happens as well when you have someone who wins the league early and all of the players then have a little less motivation because of the fact that they cannot top the table anymore. They have to look for motivation elsewhere, like I can
28.
second spot. I want to get my first win against this opponent. It could be something as small as I want to put in a really good performance here, and sometimes it just isn't that easy.
95.
I
get the feeling that Dave Parletti is striding a bit more now, and with the way he's played with these different darts in the last couple of legs, he will keep these darts when he plays Jared Cole next.
133.
I get the feeling that Diogo Portela may get some phone calls soon about some voiceover work for darts scoring apps. Because his voice, when he says it's good, is very popular.
121.
There's the setup shot for double 12. And that was an aggressive dart from Parletti to try and get that 60, but it did deflect into the treble 5. So Diogo for 4-2 needs double 6. Can he shut Parletti out?
12.
No. For a level game then. It's double 9.
9.
Obviously doesn't like double 9. Otherwise he wouldn't have said that. That switch from double 18 to double 9 is not simple. I think it's one of those shots where you have to change your body position. But double 3
Checking 2.
is found. 4-2 to Brazil. And even though Parletti won 2 legs on the spin before that one, he now needs to surpass that and get 3 in a row.
59.
Interesting play there from Diogo to start on the 19s and then switch back to the 20s. Maybe he's been playing with Adam Hookville a bit too much. Who was being a bit of a darting hobo around the board in his last match.
57.
19s first, 18s first, bullseye first shots, a bullseye checkout of bull 14 bull, which was very surprising. Diogo is finding the 60.
108.
Oh, Parletti's chance of second spot is slipping into the canal.
$100.
He needs to win every leg in his day left. If he wants that now, he needs to win the next 3 here and 5-0 against Cole. If he wants second spot, that's very unlikely. 85 with 2 will get this done. Fine last start.
89.
And the writing is on the wall. And Parletti has much to mull before his last game of the day. Double 8.
Checking 1.
To double up his points and get to 4. He can't get second spot, Diogo Portela, but that is a much more improved result. We can't say much about the performance and the averages there because it wasn't a good game. But at the same time, you still have to get it done, and that's exactly what Diogo did. Dave will stay on the board now as he takes on Jared Cole in his quest for second spot. penultimate game of today's session, and Jared Cole will play in both this game and the next to try and solidify spot number 2 on today's table.
Thank you, buddy.
This will be Diogo Portella's last game
25.
of the day and of the week.
25.
As tomorrow will be the last Icons of Darts Live League of the week. That will feature the likes of Andy Jenkins, Mark Webster, Dave Evans,
Bullseye.
amongst
Oh,
others.
no way.
A bit of a relaxed nature to this pull-off.
25.
That does not mean that they don't want it. Diogo thought he had
Outside.
it by hitting the bull,
What
but
about
then
Okay,
Jerry
mate.
comes up and steals it from him.
$140?
Great start. And for Jared Cole in the next 2 matches, he has to find 2 wins and
60.
that is because if he was to lose this match 5 legs to 4,
100.
he would then not be able. Actually, it's 5-3. If it's 5-3 or worse, he would not be able to bridge the gap of the leg difference.
59.
At the very, very worst, he can lose this match 5 legs to 4, but then he would have to beat Dave Poletti 5 legs to 0
140.
by winning this game here. He then goes into the final game of the day, just needing the points
135.
and possibly a tiny, tiny gap between him and the opponent. But
65.
for me, the result in this one has to be somewhere around the 5-2 mark. 5-2 would get him to
64.
4 and 6 points, which would be 1 leg behind Scott Marsh, but then a victory in his last match would ensure victory on the head-to-head record with Scott Marsh. 1 leg down and a very tidy 15-dart start. That's a bad sign for Portella, who
97.
threw some good darts in the last match, but overall it was a performance that will not live long in memory.
137.
59.
The ideal scenario here for Jared is to win 5-0, of course, and if he was to do so,
100.
he could lose the last match 5 legs to 4 and still finish second.
48.
Jared is playing in possibly the hottest place
100.
that anybody has played in the Icons of Darts Live League, in a conservatory with a perspex ceiling.
100.
But he has handled the heat, I think, better than anybody else. He's probably happy that he's playing
100.
today and not later in the week, because the temperature is about to climb. This has been a great display so far from Jared, with 3 ton scores
100.
added to that 137 start, and this is for tops,
Game in 2.
and his average is going up. When he's playing like this, he's a joy to watch. Does not have a mean bone in his body, this boy.
135.
If you get the chance to meet Jared Cole, that'll be a good deal. He's tremendously positive And he is excellent company.
100.
He's like a sponge as well, because you give him information and he soaks it up and uses it.
140.
One of the reasons why he is continuously improving within the game.
$140.
I'd like to say that he's improving in this game, but the fact of the matter is that he's been doing this since the very beginning.
140.
86 after 9, and the average has climbed to over 110. It would be difficult to maintain that.
Charlie.
He's
65.
finding it very tough to catch young Jared. Shovel 18. Doesn't need to go for bull. I think
54.
he forgot to look at Diogo's score. If he did, he probably would have gone for the treble 20 for double 4. But this way, it's an easy layup. And he backs himself
100.
16 to get to 3-0. Double 8.
16.
And maybe just lost his concentration a little bit at the back end of the previous visit. And he could be losing the leg all of a sudden.
78.
Hasn't. He has dodged one there. A big exhalation from young Jared. And then he takes double 8 at the second time of asking to get to 3-0 in no time at all. And the average has leveled out at 15 darts.
83.
100.2 is tantamount to 15 darts in a 501. So you times that by 3.
100.
He's thrown 45 darts to win the first 3 legs.
$60.
And every single time he's gone to the scoring portion of the board, he has
180.
yielded something from that treble 20 crop.
$95.
I don't think he's had a bad scoring visit in this match so far. This is the 4th leg.
130.
Fast becoming the performance of the day, this one. Just has to keep doing this, and he will easily average over 100.
93.
66 left. Now 50.
66.
Not far off that 91 attempt. But you have to give credit to Diogo, who left the 170 and forced Jared Cole to go
100.
for another leg under
Game into
15. And this time he gets a 14 on top of the 15 to start, the 16 in number 3, and the 2 14s in between. So this has been a demolition job so far.
100.
And his first 9 has been exemplary.
$60.
Once this young man gets comfortable with his game,
140.
he is going to be a professional. It is only a matter of time. And this result so far,
97.
very good for his chance to snag second spot. The only time he's really stuttered today was against Keelan K, but you have to give Keelan all of
60.
the plaudits for that one, because he put pressure on young Jared in every leg.
140.
Can he get this done 5-0?
$100.
He is 101 away from finishing this in no time at all.
97.
Taken about 10 minutes to this point. Treble 19 or treble 15.
77.
Tends to flick between the two. 88 left for Diogo to get on the board. It's a big miss. And this could be the last dart he throws this week.
16 left. 91.
It's a good dart. But Jared is on 12s for 5-0. The third one of the day.
Yeah, in one.
And that's
Well
what
done,
he
mate.
gets.
Well done.
Performance of the day. Exactly 15 darts a leg. And there you have it. 75 darts without reply. And Jared Cole now just has to win the next game and can possibly lose at 5-4 still to get second place. So he is in a good position for that. To see whether he can do it, join us at 4:35 British time, which is about 15 to 20 minutes time. And we'll see you then. Welcome back to the Modus Icons of Darts Live League, and it is the final game of the day. Dave Pauletti and Jared Cole to finish their campaigns for the week, and Dave Pauletti playing for a position in the table, but
25.
Jared Cole is looking to solidify second spot, which he currently holds, but needs to win 4 legs in this match to keep it. If he loses 5 legs to 3,
Holder.
or by 5 legs to 2, or even worse than that, then
25.
second spot will go to Scott Marsh.
All the best, mate.
Hello, mate. You too.
Today's league has seen a first daily title for Keelan K.
97.
Jared is assured of at least third spot, no matter what happens in this one. But it will depend on the margin of victory here as to whether Dave Pauletti finishes in 4th or 5th.
57.
If he wants to go up a place in the table, he's going to have to win this match. And the margin of victory does not really matter because he has a better leg difference than Diogo Portela.
59.
Last match from Jared Cole was immensely steady. The equivalent of 5 15 darters, an average of 100.2. You get the feeling if he throws anything like that, then it should be enough for the victory. There hasn't been enough evidence from Dave Pauletti to suggest that 100 average is coming.
You got 40.
But you don't know as he gets to 140, first of the leg.
100.
A tidy ton to leave 2 little snowmen. 88.
65.
5 visits to the board already. Double 16.
72.
And he's not able to finish the leg in 6 visits. 16 for tops, or 20 for double 18.
40.
And that double 18 has not been kind to him today. He's had multiple shots at it.
Yeah, into.
And Jared Cole takes an early lead on throw. It's been a day of fluctuating results, and Keelan K, I think, has taken advantage
100.
of certain players having down patches in games, and full credit to that young man for taking his chance. He has been on the end of a few hidings in the last few weeks, and he has persevered and persevered, much like Jared has over
100.
the last 5 to 6 weeks, and both of them this week have reaped their reward. When Keelan K looks at the talent in this field, that young man will feel very, very proud this evening,
85.
as he should. Who is going to get the win tomorrow? It's going to be a very, very interesting day. Will we possibly get another 10-pointer from Mark Webster, who was
96.
fabulous yesterday? Did exactly what Keelan K did in banking the 10 points early and letting everybody figure out second spot.
$60.
Dave needs treble 20 and double 18 here. Going to persevere on the treble 20, or maybe double 18 tops. and he has struggled. Well, he's found the double 18 with the second dart, so now he's hoping that Jared misses the 60. He needs tops and does not miss to take a 2-0 lead. 2 more legs, and he will wrap up second spot. Well, tomorrow morning, 10:30 on dartshop.tv and via the MODUS Sports YouTube channel and
100.
via your favoured betting site. You will be able to start your day from 10:30 in the morning with Stephen Burton against John Brown. And
40.
they will be joined by Andy Jenkins, Richie Edhouse, Dave Evans, and yesterday's winner, Mark Webster, to see who
60.
takes the final title of the week. No darts on Friday. We are going to finish up on Thursday this week and then make way for the World Match Play,
Good range.
which starts on
40.
Saturday. So after this game here, the likes of Parletti, Cole,
55.
Marsh, and Keelan K, who has finished in fabulous fashion today, will have
85.
a bit of a break from online action. Not to mention Adam Hookfield, who
100.
has had a very trialing week with a bit of an injury and a bit of a technical problem this morning, which he had to negotiate. You can go into the break and figure out what's going right with the game and what's going wrong, and maybe look for a return to action sometime soon. Double 16 for 131 for Parletti. Oh, where's that come from? Where has that come from? Jared wasn't aware that he'd hit it until Dave had said something, but maybe Dave was in disbelief. They are the best 3 darts he's thrown today. Will that give him the impetus to keep going? Well, all of a sudden, things have changed. And it's not guaranteed
60.
that Jared will get second spot yet. Can Dave Parletti do Scott Marsh a favour and take another 4 legs to the cost of only 1 more?
60.
And Jared is failing to find that treble 20 all of a sudden. He's not missing by much.
100.
But Dave is finding it, and Jared is not. That's the name of the game.
55.
Another treble 20
97.
would have left double 12, and this is a much improved performance from Dave, who definitely didn't show his best
58.
stuff in the previous match against Diogo. But he's looking to go out with a bang. On tops. He will return. Jared has failed to get a ton plus in this leg.
126.
Great darts, great tactics, great execution. Parletti has found his way in, has he? I thought that was in. He wasn't sure, but it was indeed in for 2-2. Jared's average has come down 20 points
43.
since the last match. There was a bit of a gap between the 2 games, but the only person to blame for that is Jared, because he's the one who won 5-0.
100.
We have set times for these games to start, hence the 10 to 12 minute delay in getting this one back on.
96.
That's a little bit better. don't think there's a big difference between second and third
190.
in this table, you are wrong. It's all about what you communicate with your friends and your family once the day is over. And they ask you, how did you do today? If you say second, you think, oh, you got close to top then. If you say
60.
third, just feels a little worse. I remember a day I was playing and I didn't actually know what my league position was when I finished. I retired for the day and then saw the table later on and saw that I'd finished second.
90.
I didn't even know. There's half of what he needs.
100.
But Jared should be regaining the lead here.
Game in 1.
And that's exactly what he does. That's a much improved leg because in the last couple of legs, he has really struggled to find his range. But that one brings his average back into the 80s. Not that Jared knows anything about the 80s because he was born in this millennium. That makes me feel very
100.
old. I remember the day when we had our first player on the European tour who was born in this millennium play, and it was Nico Blum of Germany, and he defeated Josh Payne in a game in Saarbrücken.
100.
And this tiny little German kid came in at the age of 16 years, and not a few days
95.
made us realize how old we really are. Not the first 16-year-old, of course, to make his European Tour debut.
60.
First one to do that was Max Hopp in 2012 at the Dutch Darts Masters. But the fact that we have so many good young players these days from different countries is good for the world game.
$140.
That's a great visit.
65.
Good leave. Previously in campaigns, he was staying on the 20s there, so he has started to evolve with some of the counting skills.
49.
Dave Pauletti. He's not making as many mistakes on the mathematical side of things, but he's not going to take out the 160 to equalise the leg score again.
95.
52, and surely he's going for 20 for double 16. Double 8.
36.
He's offering too much relief for Pauletti, who has tops. Chances missed. And Jared surely should hit this shot to
Yeah,
bank
go on.
second place, which is what he has done. If Dave Pauletti wins the next 3 legs and wins this match, it will still not take Jared Cole from second spot. So now all he wants is to bank the 2 points and make sure he gets 8 points for the day,
60.
which would be a fruitful week of 16 out of 20.
30.
Have to pay tribute to the likes of Scott Marsh, who over the course of the last 3 leagues has banked a lot of points.
45.
24 points for Scott Marsh in the last 3 leagues. That is the best of this cluster of players.
140.
It does help when you get a day with 10 points.
81.
Lots of time to negotiate the 256, has the darts and the lead.
100.
And that action of Cole that doesn't seem to break down at all looks like he can play all night long at the same rhythm, the same pace,
140.
and the
100.
same smoothness. This is for the 2 points. He's just missed the second 60,
140.
but gets the 140 to set up the match-winning shot.
100.
He leaves the finish, but that could be that.
Yeah, and one. Bottom
And
corner.
Jared has found the bottom corner of that double eight to finish our day on the MODUS Icons of Darts Live League. Congratulations to Jared for making a good fight of the last couple of games to snag second spot, but all of the plaudits today go to Keelan K for a perfect 10 in getting first spot. We'll see you guys tomorrow at 10:30 on dartshop.tv and the MODUS Sports YouTube channel, or via your favourite bookies website. So we'll see you then at 10:30 British time for some more action, including the likes of Andy Jenkins, Mark Webster, Dave Evans, and the rest of the crew. We'll see you then. Have a pleasant evening.